What's going on, good brother? You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear you, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm chilling right now. Driving.
Yeah, yeah, man. As you can see, the topic, man. Do men and women actually understand what the other needs? Nice little break from last topic. You know.
Yeah, yeah. This is a
well,
pretty good topic.
huh?
This is a pretty good topic. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Before we hold on. We got a couple people want to come up.
You said what?
I said we got a couple people
I said
trying
we
to
got
come
a
up.
couple people trying to come up.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Bowen,
How you doing?
how you doing, sir?
Bowen.
I just
I'm
like to
doing
just let.
excellent.
How you doing, sir? Wait, there's an echo. Who's echoing?
I think it's bad, yeah.
Oh, okay. It's my boy Beyond. Yeah, we got some. Okay, so new to the panel, I just like to explain the rules to people. Those who are waiting. Up here, you know what I'm saying. We talk, respect each other. It's okay to disagree as long as we disagree respectfully. You know what I mean, and just no cursing. And we're just gonna get with the topic. So the topic today: do men and women actually understand what the other needs? How you feel, Mr. Bowen?
I can say this much. I'm going to just talk about my own visual experience, okay?
Uh huh.
My father sat me down on my wedding day, right? And he told me, if you want to be a good husband, there's only one rule you need to abide by: be vulnerable to your wife.
Mm.
He said vulnerability is the one element that men seem to forget, and it's probably the hardest element to be. But guess what? 27 years I've been married now. And you know what? My father was absolutely right. And I give that advice to my sons. I have two sons. I give it to my sons. It's the vulnerability aspect. You got to be able to be with somebody who can destroy you if it seems necessary. You know what I mean? You just got to give it your all, man. You got to should be no shadows between you when it comes to your communication, your personality, or what you want and what you don't want, and how you want to live your life and how they want to live their life. There's no such thing as a compromise when it comes to vulnerability. You just know that that person is your all, and you're building not only for yourself but for them, and that's basically all I have. That's that. My clip is empty now.
Okay, I can respect that. Let me get the Pecan Douglas. You there?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on?
How you doing, brother? I think you heard the rules. So we're just gonna get straight into the topic. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you
Men
think,
and
man?
women. Yeah, I mean, men and women. Like Bowen was saying, it takes time to understand like what you can actually do as a human being. I didn't have a lot of healthy relationships growing up. Still don't have one, and I learned too late. But I think something that sticks out for me is humility and being humble. So I can't understand what a woman goes through, with her with her menstrual cycles or pregnancy or their viewpoints. But I can be humble and I can practice that, and I can try to understand, and I can be humble. I think being humble and really showing humility is a really really strong asset, to put your ego aside and put things aside and be humble and understand. So like Bowen was saying, that's just my one clip. I think if we practice gratitude and humility, I think that could go a very very long way. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think communication. So one of the things that we got to understand is this, right? Men and women, especially with women in this regard, um, communication styles are different because in order to to understand what the other needs, you have to what? You got to talk it out, you know. And I know Bowen talked about the vulnerability, and I know men on that side, we typically don't want to be vulnerable, and I get it. You know, women are a little more better with that in terms of being vulnerable and open, as opposed to men are. I'll give them that. But we have to recognize that men and women's communication styles are just very different, and taking time to hear what the other one says, and a lot of times the things that you may express, it may take a little longer for a man to probably get some things out and have his vulnerability with his woman. And a woman may be a little more quicker to be vulnerable as far as taking that chance and that risk. So we definitely got to understand that we're not mind readers. You know, we tell ladies this, you know, hey, we can't read your mind. We need you to speak it out. And hey, just like with the men, you know, with the women, you know, the women can't read our mind either. Um, you know, so how do we come to that understanding? You know, the communication, you know, really matters there. You know, anybody else have anything to say to that?
Well, when I first started my relationship, my marriage, I found myself in arguments with my wife because I wanted to prove that I was right. And as you said, it's this whole humble to be humbled. Like I had to stop that. It's something I had to notice in myself, and I had to like correct that. I had to correct that if I wanted my relationship to continue. Uh, it's all right. Like I'm not right all the time, you know, and that's why I have a partner. That's why I have a wife. You know what I mean? Like she has a perspective that I had to take in consideration on my own if we're going to share a life together. You know, like I really had to work on me being why I had to be right. Get rid of that ego when it comes to my wife. In other areas, I can have all the ego in the world. But when it comes to your wife, man, you can't overshadow her with your own ego. Um, and you know, you gotta also allow your wife to have her space because I needed my space too. You know, that was no reflection on her. That was what I needed. You know, I needed my quiet time. I needed my own like pathways. And then I said to myself, if I need it, I bet you she does too. You know, and when we talked about it, she did. She needed her time out. She needed her time out from me sometimes. You know, we never slept out. Since we've been together for 27 years, we always slept in the same bed. I don't think we missed a night. But during the day, while we're doing things, I had to give her space and let her come to instead of questioning her with information. I had to sit back and let her give me information. You know what I mean? Without question. You know, like what's you know. We had to share a dwelling. We had to share a family. We had to share kids. We had to share bank accounts. We have to share um, goals. You know, we have to support each other's goals. Even if I don't think I like her goal, if she wants it, I'm there to support it. You know, no questions asked. She's my wife. You know, that's it.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's some real stuff right there, man. You know, you said, you said you and your wife slept in the bed every night and never missed a day. You know what I mean? So I could rock with that. I can rock with that because you hear the narrative of, you get into an argument and it's go sleep on the couch. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? I respect that, Bowen. I do. I think that's pretty dope. You know, it sounds like it sounds like one of the things you want to be transparent about is that there has to be a level of grace, obviously in a marriage, And I definitely respect that. And maybe that's a forgotten art with with some marriages, sadly. Pekin Douglas, you had something to say?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this goes, against the prompt, but Bone was talking about his marriage and stuff. I can remember, a certain relationship when I was in when I was younger. And it was one of those relationships that throughout the years, we went back and forth of coming into each other's lives and okay, we're gonna try to do a relationship, and then it would be a little while, and then I would be in a relationship, and then she got married, and then she got a divorce, and then she wants to come back in, and I find myself, where I am now as a man, saying that's what I said earlier. It's just, like a little too late. It's just I understand so much about a woman and a relationship, that I wish I could have done, done things differently. And I could have been like Bowen. I could have been married, 27 years. She had gotten pregnant. She made a decision on her own, and she didn't involve me. She ended up getting an abortion, but I could have had a child. I could have had so many different things. And I look back at that and I say, why wasn't I able to learn earlier? So I think it's super important, to learn from a young age, to have that guidance of if you're going to be in a relationship, it's a serious thing. And a lot of words were thrown around that I all agree with: vulnerability, humility, ego, all those things. And I feel like it would be a lot of healthy relationships if if partners could communicate and and have those values. So I think those values are a little lost, um, and I would hope to understand that we could try to get those back for our younger generation, so that so they could build a lot of healthy relationships.
It's hard to get the values back because the whole dynamic has changed. And what I mean by that, women not in the house anymore; they're in the workforce. So it's going hard to get those old traditional values back. I mean, she wants to work now.
Well, my
She
wife
wants
is
her
an
own
attorney.
money.
My wife is an attorney. Um, she works, you know, but
Hold on,
when it was
brother.
time for her to take off from work to have when we had our children, she did. But I supported her during that. You know what I mean? Um, but
A lot of women are focused on their careers. They're not willing to get that up. They done suffered in school 5 or 6 years. Now they got their degree, and you telling them to go home and be a housewife? Come
they
on, man.
are. Guess what?
Let me
They
finish,
are.
brother. Brother, let me
I'm
finish.
sorry. Sorry.
And you
Hey,
telling them to
hey,
give
hey,
up what they.
John, real quick now, brother. You haven't been here in a while. I appreciate that, but can you are you answering the prompt or are you answering them first? That's all I'm
Oh,
trying to
I
make
was
sure.
I was just responding to them. I'm sorry, brother.
No, that's
Do
okay. You can
men?
go ahead. You can go ahead and respond to them, and then you can answer the prompt. But welcome back, brother.
Okay, appreciate you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is this: you can't if you're gonna go back to being tradition, then you got to take the women back out of the workforce. And I don't think women willing to go back. They like being in the workforce. They like dressing up, going to work. They like getting their hair done. They like spending their own money and doing the things they like. They like going on vacation. So you want to strip them from all that and go back to tradition? We're gonna have some serious problems here. So what we have to do is move forward. We have to redesign this whole thing of traditions. This traditional thing had to be redesigned. As simple as that. And to the prompt, do men and women actually understand? You have to read the small print from it, brother. My eyes are bad.
It's all
Anybody?
good. It says here, do men and women actually understand what the other needs?
Do we actually? I don't think we care. I think that's the problem. I think we are so selfish now. Everybody's selfish driven. This society, the world we live in now, is selfishly driven. Everybody's for self, and I keep saying that nobody want to be fair with nobody. Because if you ask a woman to pay 50. She gonna tell you lost your mind. So it's all about self now. What can I get out of it? Same thing with men. They don't care about the woman's feelings, her emotions. No, they just care about how they feel. They're more emotional than the women is today. So it's all what it is they understand. They just don't care. And I'll take a land on that.
All right, let me get to Paola. Paola, how you doing?
Hello. Yeah, I think we understand each other. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could unpack it a little more. So
Yeah,
so you think we understand each other naturally, or is it
yeah.
that we have a hard time understanding each other because of this the communication factor is not as
Good
strong as
time.
it once was? What do you think?
Good time because the man is the provider and the protector, and the woman, she's nurturing the man. It works good. It works good in the Latino community. I think it's very good. My man's providing.
Okay, I have a question, Paula. Since you mentioned in your community, the Latino community, is there a certain you say he's providing, right? Which
Yes, money.
I have no pushback for that, right? Um, it is it about a certain money? Is it about a certain income that it has to be? I mean, does it have to be a whole lot of money? Can it be just average money? Like, what are we talking, Paola?
Yeah, he works construction, and he just working his peach off, and he giving me money to spoil myself, and he pays the bills. I don't, yeah, that's good.
Okay, and what kind of so what do you reciprocate to him in return?
Like the things a woman does, like cooking and stuff,
Uh huh.
nurturing. Yes, he wants me to be home,
Mm-hmm.
comfortable. So yeah, nurturing.
So let me ask you something. Do you work? Do you want to work?
No, fuck that.
Say what?
Watch that word.
Screw that.
She said, "Screw
So you
that."
don't
She don't
want
want
to
to
work.
work.
So
No,
that's what I was saying earlier that they don't want to be fair. They just can't
nope.
be fair. You
What?
don't want to help the man. You just want to leech off of him. So basically, he's a lollipop.
Hey, my man, Latinos don't want the women to work because they think that we are princesses.
No,
So
they
I
don't want you
agree
to
with
work
that.
because they're scared the brother's
No,
going to take
John,
y'all.
don't get into my culture, man.
I know your
Don't
culture.
bash my
Y'all, all y'all
culture.
got stepdaddies, so stop lying like y'all such a
What the
perfect family,
hell
because
is
you're
wrong with
not.
you? Are you racist?
No, but it's true. I've been
Are
told
you
by so
jealous
many
of the
Latinos that
culture?
y'all
What the
got
hell is going
Hey,
stepdads.
on?
chill,
Are you
y'all.
mad that the
Chill,
men are
chill,
providing and
chill.
you're not?
Ah, them
Hey,
men ain't
listen. Hey,
providing.
hold on,
Them men
hold on, hold
suck.
on.
No, John is doing too much, host.
Wait. Hold on. Now I'm about to have some order. So here's the thing.
That's crazy.
Paola, I'm gonna get to you,
Very
Bob. My
crazy.
bad. Paola, you brought your culture into it. Fine, but John
Ew.
Paul, let's just do this because you didn't necessarily say that her fault was the culture. You just said that women don't want to work. So Paola, you took it as if he was talking about your culture. He's talking about women in general. So if we could just keep the culture out of it, then we don't have to worry about any offensive remarks. So let me go back to this. Hey, Bob, you there?
Yep.
All right, how you doing? So the rules up here, no cursing. All right. All right. So
All
do
right.
men and women actually understand what the other needs? You go
No,
ahead, Bob.
no, no. They don't at all. You can think you do just because, your culture, well, whatever. In reality, if you want to go down to the psychology of things, if we look at the area where it's most traditional from how it's always been, which is Asia, in Asia, the women are believed to always be the caretakers to stay at home, and the men are always supposed to work. Asia has the highest rates for self, deletion. Um, it's about 600,000 a year alone for Asia, I believe 600, 500, which obviously that's a lot of people. Um, and I believe we both need to do the same thing. We need to have exact same rights globally, not just in one continent, one country. Because in reality, America has a lot more rights than a lot of other countries for women, and I think that we need to have equal rights for everything. At the end of the day, we're both humans. We're both going to die. So what's the point of trying to control one another?
Bob, I want to do a minor correction of what you're saying. Asia is not Asia, it's Japan you're talking about, okay? And when the study was happening in Japan about men's self-deletion, they also noted that in their society, they do not focus in on the social sciences like psychology or sociology or any type of that aspect. Their academia focuses on a certain point, which basically you're not allowed to talk about your feelings and like that in Asia. It's not developed or in that area, in these areas, unlike the United States, where you can throw a rock and hit a therapist in the head. It's totally different. Two totally different societies. Now, one thing that I also wanted to make a slight correction is, like, why are we broad stroking people like I grew up, I'm 54 years old. My mother and my father worked. I was what you call a latchkey kid. You know what I mean? I came home to an empty house. And when I got home, guess what? But I never missed a meal. My mom cooked. She worked and cooked. My father cooked. My father taught me how to cook. He said, you want to eat, you better learn how to cook. It's not like when it comes to my family, I cook for my children. I cook for my wife. My wife cooks for me. We look at each other's schedule. I'd rather have a wife that is just happy of knowing who she is. It answers so many problems, because she has a life and I can feed off of her life and understand her life because she brings it to the table. Like, she tells me how her day was. And it wasn't all about doing laundry. It was about running what kind of case she's working on. Because, as I said, my wife is an attorney. I'm a teacher. We make it work.
Listen, I don't want no slave in my house. I don't want my woman to be no slave. I never have a woman to work, to come home after working 8 hours and clean the house, cook and all that. If she working just like me, we're going to share the household duties.
That's not slaves. That's called traditions. That's called traditions. And you probably just bashed
Hey,
him.
one mic, Paula, stop.
But he bashed me. He bashed my values. He bashed the culture that I'm having, though. And don't deflect it or don't dismiss it either.
No, Paula,
it's messed up.
Paula, you brought your culture into it, and he wasn't talking about your culture.
Way. Yes, Latino culture is that way. Yes.
Okay, yes. That's fine, but not everybody up here is Latino.
You have white people.
I know that, but no need to bash it, John. No need to bash it. It's not called slave either.
That's based on religion. And that's all that is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's rooted in religion.
Educate yourself. You've never been around Latinos, so please, man.
I know Latinos, good, and all of you got stepdaddy.
Well, the funny thing is, he said Latino. What Latino? There's so many Latino cultures. They all have a similar culture? No. South America has different countries, different cultures in it.
Hey, let me say something real quick. I had to get her out of here because she kept interrupting and being rude. I don't want nobody up here to do that to each other. All right. So, John Paul, you go ahead and finish your conversation because Paola did bring her culture into it. And when John was
to do that, that's why I responded the way I did, because she came in here just to do what she did. She was trying to be funny. She's trying to say that black people don't have families. I know the game they play. I be around them a lot. They always bring that up, and that's the way they come by doing it. So I know what she's doing.
Yeah, the bottom line is, I saw her comment. And
I didn't want to disrupt your panel because
it's okay. Because
I would have gave it to her. I gave it to her.
I have women. I have women who come up here who don't act like her. So she's saying I'm biased, whatever. But I have women who come up here. They wait their turn. They're polite. They don't interrupt. Those are the women that I want up here. I don't want women up here who are so up in their emotions that they're always cutting people off. I don't like that because I don't go to their panels and treat them like that. But go ahead, John.
See what's she referring to? Because I talked to him. that a lot of these Latino men scared they women go work in the workforce. They're scared a black man gonna take them, and that's facts. They tell me that all the time. Different ones tell me, your brother's gonna take our women. We leave ours at the house, so you brothers can't get them. That's a whole nother story, though. But my thing is this: no woman should come be a slave in no man's house, and no man should be a slave in his own house. I'm paying the bills, you paying the bills, we sharing the work. When you conceive, then I take care of everything. That's just natural. That's just a natural social order. You can't take care of yourself when you conceive, so I have to take care of you. When that's over with, we go back to being fair. And the problem is, they don't want to be fair. And women come up here talking about traditional man, but you're not a traditional woman. You're not a virgin. If you're gonna do that, be a virgin. Be pure when you meet that man and marry that man. Don't have kids already. If you're going to go traditional, so that's what I'm saying. We're in a different era now. That traditional thing is out the window. So we'll have to face it. You're going to have to work together now, 50-50. And I ask women this all the time to prove my point. I ask women, if you had a roommate, would you be fair with them? Yeah, I pay half of the bills. No, I have no problem. Why you can't be fair with the man you claim you love? You married. Because you got to get the edge on them. And that's the problem. And that's what I keep telling you. Men don't want to understand women feeling, and women don't want to understand men's financial situations. And they try to bully by calling you broke, or you ain't no real man. All that's just crap. That stuff don't move me, and it don't get my money. We're going to be
They
fair
can't
in a
call you broke
relationship.
if they don't even have a job.
All right, let me
If I can, let me know when I can speak. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me get to the ladies up here, because these ladies I do know, and they're going to show a good example of how it is to be on a panel. So let me get the ladies up here. Jess, how you doing, Jess?
I'm tired, boss, but I'm good. How are you doing?
All right. Hey, you see the topic? Do men and women actually understand what the other needs? What do you think, Jess?
Yeah, I would say generally no. And I would say why? Because we have these predetermined boxes, some call them gender roles, that we want each other to fill. And it takes away the complexity of the human experience, but it also takes away people's individual personality and values. When you have to reach this universal standard, right? Because we're all going to be different. We're all going to have different gifts. A lot of people, like a lot of men, are natural nurturers, right? But we often get the programming that the nurturing is a feminine thing. So then you try to like squash that. Or a lot of women have a lot of good ideas and can lead properly, but that's considered masculine because it doesn't fit in this clearly defined box. And so women will squash that down, right? So when we're all just squashing down our natural gifts, our God-given gifts, we don't live to the best of our abilities. And I also think misery loves company. So when we do that to ourselves and we limit ourselves, we then start to limit other people around us. And then I think that goes to your prompt about we can't really actually understand somebody if we're just trying to audition them for a role, a role that we don't even know why we have. It's just something that we were told is the right thing to do or what we should do. But what should? What's right for everybody, right? I think that has to be an individual process with you and your God,
All right, let me get to Dr. Love. Dr. Love, you there?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey. The prompt, do men and women actually understand what the other needs? What do you think, Dr. Love?
I don't think they do. I think us women sometimes struggle. We know what the basic need is, but I think on a deeper level we don't, because often men won't communicate because they may see it as a sign of weakness, or they don't want to put, or they want to handle it themselves. So we don't really know what's going on inside a man's head majority of the time. Do men understand women? I don't think so, because I think when a woman starts talking, they just hear it as noise, and they don't want to listen because for whatever reason. So I think we miss each other by simply not having the patience or the will to want to get to know each other. And that's not everyone. That's just some people. Some people do take the time. But I think you need a level of intelligence on both sides in order to do that. And sometimes you pair up with someone who doesn't have that, then you're at a loss straight away. So I think, again, compatibility does come into it, as usual.
All right, Pekin Douglas, go ahead. You had to say something. You were waiting.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Some very, very good things said by Jess and Dr. Love. I like to sit here as a man and say I don't have the answers because, you could have relationships where, we see, okay, high school sweethearts, 18, 17 in high school, and they've been married for, 30, 40 years. You see people that they meet on the street and they get married and it's fate and they get married and they're together. So, I first and foremost, I want to say, like, I don't understand how that happens. So I would like to do, the legwork to say, does that happen because of their personalities, because of their upbringings, because they commute, because they communicate well, or do they, there's so many different ways that we could put that on here. But the one thing that I was going to say is that my personal opinion is that I feel like we don't set boundaries in the beginning of the relationship and say, this is what I want. This is what, me as a man or me as a woman, this is what I want. These are my wants. These are my needs. These are my no-goes. These are my goes, whatever. And I feel like a lot of times we let that stuff slide, and then that's already hurting the relationship because, then we have resentment because we're trying to change.
Every time.
Hey, Remington, you got to wait your turn.
Hold up. Okay, appreciate it. Like I was saying, so then for the rest of that relationship, there's resentment because we didn't set those clear boundaries in the beginning. So I think a lot of people go blind into relationships and they say, oh, okay, well, this person will evolve into what I want, or I can change that person into what I want. And, that doesn't, thank you. And for me, like I'm saying personally, I feel like that's a losing battle. So I feel like in the beginning, if we set healthy boundaries of our wants and needs, and then we can have a healthy relationship. But I think a lot of people get into relationships and say, oh, I'm going to mold.
Have you ever had a puppy?
All right, I'm done. I'm done with him. Yeah, thank you.
Go
I
ahead.
appreciate
I got
it.
him out of here, man. Go ahead.
I was getting ready to land anyway. I feel like we try to change, we think we're going to change that person into what we want them to be, and that's never going to happen. So I feel like if we set healthy boundaries from the beginning and say, this is what I want, this is what I don't want, this is what I want for you, for me, this is what I want this relationship to look like, I feel like that would be a lot better.
All right. Remington, man, you rude, brother. I had to get you out of here. Anyway,
Could I say something what Pecan said?
Go ahead, Jess. And then beyond, when you're ready and your connection is good, you can start talking. Go ahead, Jess.
I love what you said, Pecan, just about allowing people to be themselves and not trying to change them. Because I do think manipulation is borderline witchcraft, for the believers out there. I do think that sometimes people in the hopes of trying to control their life and control their narrative and, be and self-actualize, that they often try to say, okay, well, this is my boundaries have to be your boundaries. And I do think, even though that could be the best of intentions, I see that happening a lot, where a person will say, well, when you get with me, you got to start dressing modestly because in this house, this is what the look is going to be for our family, right? But that wasn't that person's value. So you are trying to change them, even if you think it's a good thing. Or somebody who wants somebody to make more money, right? But it's that's your personal value. That's not them. And so I just think people need to have, like you said, not only the wherewithal to know When does it stop becoming an individual boundary for how I'm going to operate my life? And it starts becoming rules for other people, but also to recognize, to have the courage to wait for that person you actually want. Like you said, PK, I think people are just so desperate for connection, desperate for validation, that the first person who gives them a modicum of attention, they're just like, okay, I got to make this work. But I tell women all the time, it doesn't have to be him. Like, this man in your head, he doesn't have to fill that role. It can be somebody else. And you don't just have to take whatever you get just because it's available to you.
No, and
I
I
agree with some.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. One sec, if I can go, John, thank you. I appreciate it. I just go as simple, and I think back to some of my relationships, I go as simple as like clothing, right? Like, certain males dress a certain way, females dress a certain way. And, I remember being in some relationships and the female was like, oh, we're gonna have to get you into some of this brand, and we're gonna have to get you to start wearing it. Like, why are you trying to change, you know, what I'm doing and make me uncomfortable just to please like your aesthetics, and I think that's why I said from the beginning, we don't set those boundaries. So like I said, it could be something as easy as clothing, right? Oh, I want my girl to wear high heels when we go out, or I want my man to be, dressed up or whatever. Like, if you set those boundaries from the beginning and say, this is what I'm looking for, and that male or the man or the woman says, hey, that's just not me. I don't do that. That's not the way that I carry myself. You could say, okay, well then, maybe this isn't the right space for me. But like Jess was saying, we change. We want to change that person. Like, we want to change them into something that we want, like that I could be visually, happy with.
So,
And
in other words,
that's
she's
just
selling.
not going to happen.
She's selling. That's what she is. She's selling. So she's trying to mold you into what she wants. She couldn't find the man that she wants, so now she's settling, and she's trying to mold you to be that man. But
Yeah,
back to
yeah, no, and
Jesse.
I can agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But maybe the men that dressed, that way weren't, they were into different things, and she didn't get what she wanted from that area, so she finds somebody that's a good man
Yeah,
that
and she's
doesn't
trying to mold you
necessarily
into it.
have style or what. Oh, well, this is what I'm gonna do with you. It's like you can't do that. You can't do
This is
that.
what is missing, so I can help him with this. But Jesse, you said something earlier that I agree with most of you say. You sound like a fair and balanced person. But you said something earlier that women are not nurturers by nature. That I totally disagree with.
Oh no, no, I never said that. I said men.
You said men are not?
No, I said when a man has a natural nurturing spirit, it's often quelled because it's seen as a feminine thing. That's what I
Yeah, I
said.
agree.
So he's not allowed to be his
Oh,
full
I'm sorry,
self.
then. I took it the wrong way, but I do agree with that, though. It is somewhat of a feminine thing. We can't deny that because that's not
But but
his
it but
natural role.
it's not feminine though. That's my whole
Yes, it
point.
is because he don't have two breasts in front of him that can produce milk. So he's not a natural nurturer.
But just
Let's just
because you
be
have
honest.
milk doesn't make you a nurturer though, because
Yes, it does.
there's a lot of females who have had
I don't.
children and they're not mothers.
Then
I'm
that's
sure
Hey,
something.
I'm
let's
sure
stay.
you
Hey,
Well,
John,
well,
and
let's
I'm
stay humble.
Hold
John,
on.
let's stay
Hold
humble.
on.
well,
Let's stay
well,
humble.
well
well. Let's kind of expedite this real quick because I need to get to Emily. All right, and then we can get back to the discussion. Emily, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
All right. So up here, for people who are new on my panel, just no cursing. All right.
Of
All right.
course.
The topic is: do men and women actually understand what the other needs? Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah. Dang. Obviously I'd have to say depending, right? Because not every woman and every man is the same, right? Um, and honestly, I would have to say no because really we don't understand everyone at the same time, right? So it's like somebody telling me, "Hey, let's go out on a dinner date." I don't want no dinner date. I don't want a dinner date. Like, let's go to Dave and Buster's instead, right? So I think again, it's just depending, and I would just have to say no. No, we don't really understand what we need individually, you know?
Okay. KJ, go ahead, KJ.
Read that prompt one more time.
Yeah, do men and women actually understand what the other needs?
In today's time, probably not. Generally speaking, needs are subjective to the individual, not necessarily subjective to the generality of the gender that we're talking about. But as far as needs go, right? Um, a lot of men say that they need peace. A lot of women say that they need stability. Um, you get those things starting with you. Um, Made it abundantly clear with the relationship that I'm in now, and um, I don't know if she understands it now or if she needs me to clarify further what I mean. But I told her like it's straight. I'm like, hey, I want you. I don't need you, because everything that I've already built, I've already had prior to meeting you. There's a there's a there's a level of peace that I need to be maintained if I want this relationship to continue. So if that's not something that you can find yourself maintaining, right? Or if you can't be on the same page with me maintaining that, like I'm on the same page with you with maintaining whatever it is that you need to obviously maintain, then the relationship isn't going to work out by that own standpoint. Um, so I think it's really subjective to the individual ultimately, but um, for the most part, I think that men and women are very much lacking in understanding those needs and in relationship standpoints, actually maintaining those needs for the people that they're with, especially.
All right. Almighty, you there?
Can I ask a question? You know, it's
Well,
interesting hearing all the perspectives.
Dr. Love, hold on one second. Only because Almighty been waiting, okay? Almighty, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Let her get it off. I'll wait.
Okay,
I'll
go
wait.
ahead, Dr. Love. Go ahead.
No, it was just a question. You know, we're all saying, you know, what we think, but I'd be really interested to know why and what can be done different to maybe help the couples with a joining question. Does that make sense? So, you know, men and
Stop being
women,
selfish. Help that man 50-50.
okay, that's an explanation. So stop being selfish and be 50-50. That's a solution. What else?
Can you
I
repeat your
mean,
question for me, please?
hold on. That is a solution, though. It may not be one that you like, but you asked what are some solutions, and he gave you one. So I don't understand the condescending tone you had for his solution.
By the way, that wasn't a condescending tone. When I'm condescending, you really do know I'm being condescending. I actually said, yeah, okay, that's one. So he gave a fair answer. And I was just wondering if there were any more.
Do you mind
Sorry, like
repeating your question, please,
she's
Dr.
from
Love?
England and like they sound condescending, but they're not.
Can y'all
Because
hold
I'm
on?
like, it may be the accent.
No, I'm not condescending. If I'm condescending, you'll know I'm being condescending. The question really was, you know, we have why men and women, do they actually understand themselves? And we're all giving our perspectives, which is brilliant. But I'm sitting here and I'm curious. So what is the solution? You know, why? And the gentleman just gave a reasonable answer, which is go 50-50. And the second thing he said, you know, go 50-50 and help him out, which fair enough. That's one solution. I was just intrigued, what are other solutions?
I think the biggest solution is to get rid of these archaic gender roles. Well, actually, the first solution is to get a spiritual practice that exists outside of yourself. I recommend Jesus, you know, but that could be anything. But that spiritual practice is going to allow for you to mature and to have values and morals that exist outside of your personal feelings. So I do think first that's important. And then the second thing I would say to that is to get rid of these cultural gender roles that do nothing but dehumanize this other person, because you start looking at this person for their utility versus their value in your life and their value as a person. So I think those two things together, we could all have much better relationships.
For sure. Can I also
One
add on?
question. That's a
I
simple
was gonna
question. Do you
say.
believe in 50-50, Jesse?
Hey, Emily.
Oh yeah,
Do you
I was
believe in
just gonna say
50-50,
that.
Jesse?
I was just gonna answer what Dr. Love said. I was just gonna say, like, we had to stop the generalization of everyone, right? And I definitely understand, like, yes, maybe it could be the majority of it that does a certain action, but not everyone is the same, right? And I feel that that just kind of gets leaped, right? And no one really wants to listen to that part. But it's very important because you just can't go into, let's say you just got out of a toxic relationship, you can't just immediately think the next man or woman is like your ex, if that made sense. Because they're not your ex, they're a new person. So you just can't assume that that man or woman is gonna do you dirty. You know, you can be careful. Just don't say that. Yeah, in the end of the day, you're just gonna do me dirty like my ex did, because all men and women do that. You know.
Hey, Emily, your background's so loud that it's kind of taken away from
Oh,
what you're
I'm so
saying. If you don't
sorry.
mind turning it down
Hey,
a little
Phil.
bit.
Yeah. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Phil. The only problem I got, they talking about get rid of gender roles, which I don't have a problem if that's what you want to do. But why do you want to keep the gender roles when it comes to paying the bills?
Well, Dr. Love doesn't want to get rid of gender roles. Trust me. I know Dr. Love. She don't want to get rid of no gender
They
roles.
want to get rid of it when it comes to, they don't want to get rid of it. Most of them want to hold on to it when it comes to pay the bills. Outside of that, they want to get rid of it. Nah, we're not doing that. If you're going to get rid of it, get rid of all of it.
John, I do believe in 50-50, if that answers your question about how I feel about getting rid of gender roles.
Yeah, me too. I believe in it as long as, you know, we're both on the same page.
But also, like you said, Emily, let's be 50-50 the whole way.
Right.
And I've often said this on Fitz panel, women are not upset about the idea of 50-50 because most people have to work to survive in this world. Most of us are not
2026.
Yeah, most of us are
Nine
not
to
trust
50.
fund babies, you know? So the woman you meet when you're 21, 25, she's probably going to be working in some capacity. I think the issue is that it's not 50-50 the whole way. Y'all are not real partners. You're 50-50 on the finances, but she's still the number one domestic laborer in a lot of different cases. So yeah, 50-50 where you're actually co-creating this world together and you're waking up at 3 a.m. to feed the baby the same way she would. Y'all are actually partners in this, and she doesn't have to delegate. Hey, remember Johnny got a doctor's appointment. Hey, remember we got this PTA meeting. Hey, remember, right? When you're actually co-creators, then yeah, that would obviously work for people, but that's not what we see executed a lot of times when we hear 50-50.
But what if
Oh,
there's
no,
no kids? Because we always go to the kids. Everybody doesn't have children.
Right.
So what's the dynamics then?
I mean, like, hey, maybe one day you cook, maybe one day she cooks, right? Just kind of like more like house chores, right? But definitely when it comes to the emotional part, right? Because let's be honest, a lot of times men are seen as like the person that has to receive and never give, right? So also I feel as women we have to create that safe space for men to also be emotionally open, right? And that man has to allow that to happen, you know?
You know
Stay
what?
out your
My
feelings.
only rebuttal.
Stay out your
I'm gonna,
feelings, man. Stay out your feelings. Don't let them suck you into that. Stay out your feelings.
I'm going to go out and against the women because I actually don't believe in 50-50. You know, for me, I come from a traditional role and that is how I'm conditioned. And I have tried changing it. But what I found within me when I tried to, I really got resentful. And I don't like that about me, but it's just how I am now. So for me, 50-50 isn't going to work. I am much happier with, you know, obviously if he got stuck or, you know, we were in a rut, of course I'd help my partner because we're a team. But I'm happy with more traditional role because that is what I've only known all my life. So I get it. It doesn't fit everyone. But it is what it is for me.
Okay, let me ask
To
you
me,
something.
that's a good
Hey,
segue.
if I can, let me know when I can go. Thank you.
Somebody said something earlier. They said, okay, you brought up the baby dynamics. Okay. So the man has to now take care of the baby because we're going 50-50. So we're gonna go there. So if somebody kick that door down, I want you to go there and meet them.
Hey, so
Nobody's
this
doing
my
I
that.
want you to
Y'all
go to
always
that door
bring
and
up
meet them.
violence. Y'all
so
always
Let
bring
me
this
up violence.
let
Y'all
me
always
let me
bring up kids. Y'all
eh,
always bring up kids.
hey, let
Oh
me let
my
me
god.
let me do this.
I'll do my best.
Let me do this.
Following.
I actually respect the point that's being made, but we got a full panel, and I do want to do this. I want to make sure Almighty gets in because Almighty did uh defer his time to Dr. Love. So Almighty, you could go, and then Beyond is gonna start talking. Go ahead, Almighty.
all right. So two things. I feel like the last conversation we were just having about 50-50, I think that's a good segue into the main prompt. And so my only thing is this. Dr. Love says she can't do 50-50 because she's been conditioned. And that's the main issue I feel. Everybody feels like their conditioning is the right conditioning. So if you think about the dynamic of a 50-50, men and women, no problem cooking, no problem cleaning. But I feel like human beings, we're never going to truly understand each other in the way where we get exactly how somebody views something. For instance, women always think that they do more emotionally when it comes to labor. They think that when it comes to emotional labor, they do more because of how guys compartmentalize and how we respond to certain things. But really, it's the same. I have a child. The world, the mother of my child, when she was having her postpartum, all types of, hey, how you doing? Men also have a quote unquote postpartum. Nobody cares. So my whole thing is there is no real way to do 50-50 because we will never really understand what it's like to be the other person. And the values and the way we think and the way we've been conditioned, our scales aren't the same. Like even when it comes to certain conversation, I get called a-hole all the time because in the middle of a conversation with somebody, if they use a word that if they use the incorrect word, I stop them. And they'll be like, man, but you know what I meant? No, I know what you said. And I'm just trying to make sure we stay on the same page. I think we take for granted communication because we've all just been using the English language or whatever language since we could talk. But after a certain point, it's a skill. We stop exercising that skill. We stop reading. We stop understanding what words actually mean, and we just spout rhetoric. We regurgitate talking points we've heard. We don't really understand even that. So I think that comprehension is diminishing with these newer and newer generations. I think that men and women have always had a communication barrier, but I think people in general have communication barriers because different settings have different customs. So yeah, I just kind of ramble. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Go ahead, Beyond. It's your turn.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to talk earlier, but I was driving and there's so many damn trees out here, so the connection was bad. To answer the question, I think that comes down to anecdotal experience. I don't think there's a way to generalize whether or not men and women understand the other. And I guess to Dr. Love's point she made earlier is that we understand each other on a basic surface level, but it really takes, an intimate partner to really understand who you are in and out. My guy Bowen made a good point. He's been married for what? How would you say, 25 years, 27
Yeah,
years?
yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
he
Yeah.
said that being vulnerable with your wife is very important. Which I kind of agree with that because you know guys, Fifth, you have guys that you go to Zacchaeus or whatever that you're vulnerable with, but if you're not sharing those feelings with your wife, it's always gonna be a divide there. You're never gonna. It's gonna be like two walls colliding. That's definitely important. But I will say this. I think that I think men are willing to be vulnerable. I just think that there's like this notion or like this false premise in the air where men can't.
Don't do it.
What
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling all men, do not go no one with your feelings. This was going to happen to you.
Hold on, he's still speaking.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought he.
his audio, man. He's. Hey, Beyonce, you there?
It's not.
Go ahead. Your audio was cutting out. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's not
Go
about
ahead, bro.
it's not about crying and all the other stuff. It's about being able to articulate how you feel in a manner that she can understand it. That's the vulnerability part. It's not about whining and complaining. It's about being able to, hey, this is what I think right now. How can we come to a solution? That's the vulnerable part, right?
Don't do
And
it.
since men don't do that, it's always going to be a rift between you and your lady because she doesn't understand you,
I'll tell you what
and
you
vice
gonna.
versa. You don't understand her. So it's always going to be there's always going to be a thing. There's always going to be like a wall between you guys. It's never going to be. It's going to be a competition, And I think, in general, right? Just to land my plane here really quick, is there's been a gender war for however long, right? It's always been men this, women that, like a tennis match. We always hit the ball, on the court. It's always back and forth, right? But there's never like a sense of unity, between the average man and average woman. And because of that, it's always been a competition, And I think that's the reason why men and
Women
women don't understand one another.
women operate off their
So yeah,
emotion,
I'll
man.
land there, Fifth.
You ain't got no business in your feelings as a man. I keep telling you men that over and over again. That's a sign of weakness. Once women detect that, you're in trouble. I'm gonna give you an example to try to help you out how they'll weaponize it against you. If you go to your woman and say, "Listen, they making fun at me on the job cause my bald spot," she gonna tell you handsome. Don't pay them no attention. I love your bald spot. It will attract me to you. Then you tell them you don't like nobody talking about your mama. Don't pay them. They don't know your mama, baby. Don't pay them no attention. Soon as she get mad, now she know how to get at you. Your mama, your bald spot. What she gonna tell you? She gonna weaponize it. Say
Well,
out
then
your
that's
feelings when dealing with women. They lose respect for you when you do that. The time you go to the women doing that, it's the time they start losing respect for you. I'm trying to tell you that now. Do not do it. If you need to talk to somebody, do not talk to a YN because he have you crashing out. Go to an older man who's over his ego if you need to talk to somebody and tell
So,
him.
I'm sorry, but what age are you talking about? Because it's
I don't care what age they are, they all do it. The psychology is the same across
because
age.
I'm not a narcissist, right? And I'm someone that if you tell me something, I will always I'll keep it at heart, but I will never use that
Yeah, you
against you in an
will. You
argument.
get mad enough.
You don't know
If you
me
really
though.
like
I'm
that
so
man,
sorry, but you don't know
if you
me.
really like him, if he hurt you, you gonna lash out.
I would
'Cause you gonna be
never. Okay,
emotional.
yeah, sure, I will
You wanna
lash
do
out,
it.
but I would
So
never say this
don't
is
do it,
exactly
fellas.
why your mom passed away. I would
Keep your feelings
never
to
say something
yourself.
like that.
I might be
John,
able
I
to.
think there's a
I
big
might be able to
difference.
bridge the gap here
I
if
think there's a
I can make an
I,
attempt.
I think there's a big difference between
Hey, let me
sharing.
know. Let me know when I can speak. Thank you.
Yeah, man, Mr. Duck, he been waiting. He been
All
waiting
right, I'm
for a
gonna let you.
while. Yeah, Peak and Douglas, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been doing my part and gifting the host and gifting the panel and everything. Now I just want to say very, very, very clear from the beginning, I am not preaching about anything, but I was in the military. So I was in the military. I got deployed, very hard situations. And like John Paul was saying, I went a long time of my life saying, I can't, I can't, can we mute? Can we mute? Thank you. Um, I can't share my feelings. I can't talk about what I want to talk about. I can't do this. I can't do that. And put me in the space that I'm in now. I've been, definitely struggling with some mental illness, and I made the right steps to get into a program. And these programs are not designed by fault, or we came up with it yesterday. So everything that I've learned is that you have to take care of yourself first. So I feel like if we can take care of ourselves first, we can heal ourselves first, and we can get those emotions out. And John Paul was saying, like, I'm not going to go to work and talk about my emotions with one of my 17-year-old partners, one of my employees. That's not going to happen. I'm going to do it in the right avenue. But if we can heal ourselves first, like, we are that much better to going into relationships with a woman, because I don't have any doubt of the person that I am and what I want. I'm not putting my baggage on her. I'm not saying, oh, well, you didn't do this, because I heard somebody say before, oh, well, my ex did this. Yeah, that's a you problem. Oh, I'm going to go into a relationship, I want to change you into, that's a you problem. So I really, really feel like we need to fix ourselves first and foremost before we do anything else. And John, like, I get what you're saying. He said, a man, we're not going to show emotion. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. But I tell you what, I thought that for a very, very long time. And when I started doing it and I started becoming vulnerable and I started sharing my emotions, I tell you what, man, my life got a lot easier. You think you're supposed to be this shielded, this guarded man that just don't show no emotion, and I'm just gonna carry all this baggage and everything. Well, you know what? You're gonna carry that baggage, and one day, I'm not saying, maybe you could carry it to the end of your life, but one day it's gonna get too heavy to carry, and you're gonna need somebody in your life to help you carry that weight. And that could, like I said, that could be another man, that could be a woman, that could be a therapist, that could be an old OG, that could be anybody, But I think it's very important to, we started this panel from the very beginning, Fifth, and we said, be vulnerable. You got to be. If you want your life to change, start talking about it, man. Start talking about it with the right people. And you're gonna see things
Beginning
change.
of your downfall as a man. Stay out your feelings.
Hi there,
Quit taking
guys.
that stuff in. Quit taking it in. The problem is you keep taking it in. You take in what people say and what people think about you. A man shouldn't be in his feelings like that. No way, from the beginning with. That's where you mess up at when you first start taking it in. Be a man. Pull up your britches, man, and man up. Get out your feelings. Stay out your feelings. A man can't move that way. We never met. That's what King Solomon fell. He
Yeah,
fell
well,
in
John,
love.
I'd like to
He
say
got
now,
stupid.
John, I'd like to
Hey,
say that
make sure y'all allow the new voices to come in. I don't mind the
yeah.
conversation, but we got new voices. So, Rick Life, you there, Rick?
What's happening, man?
Rick, how you doing, brother? My rules are pretty simple. Just don't curse up here, okay?
That's
TikTok, all
what's
right?
happening. No
Do
problem,
men and
cuz.
women actually understand what the other needs? Go ahead, brother.
I absolutely agree that we do. We just neglect it. To be totally honest with you, from an individual basis, people neglect it. What people actually need, what both men and women need, is the same thing. We need consideration. We need servitude. We need application, and we need purpose. If I'm with a woman, I want a woman who's going to advocate me. I'm going to advocate her. If I'm with a woman, I have to have purpose in order to serve a purpose. I want a woman with purpose. If I'm with a woman, I want to be served just as well as I want to serve her. If I'm with a woman, I have to consider her feelings. I have to consider how she feels and how she goes about her day and how things affect her. So yeah, quite naturally, we all do know what each other need. We just play dumb like we don't.
Zakia, how you say your name? Is it Zakia? You could come off mute, Zakia. Yeah, I don't know what she doing.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. How do you pronounce your name, ma'am?
Zakia.
Zakia? Okay, Zakia.
Yeah.
The
Yes,
topic.
yes, sir.
Yeah, the topic is, do men and women actually understand what the other needs? You have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much for this. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a third wife of my husband, and I'm a polygamous coach, as well as a mental health being coach. So absolutely, whatever you guys are discussing here right now, I get day in and out customers, clients like this. Okay, people are talking about their relationships. They're feeling no emotional connections. They want to go through divorces, right? I like to point out one thing. If God created us, I don't know how many people here are believers of gods, but if you believe in a God, you totally believe that Adam came, and with Adam came his Eve, and in Islam it's called Bibi Hawa, right? So this is called companionship. Adam alayhi salam had everything in this world to enjoy life, but the Almighty had the wisdom of the functionality and the physiology a man had. So therefore he created a woman out of the rib, right? Not out of any other part of the body, but out of a rib, a very complex structure. And then it said in Islam, it said, I'm not here to preach Islam, I'm just saying what I know from Islam, and as a Muslim, what I believe. So companionship and women, yes, they are emotional creatures, and men are completely opposite. Some of the men, not 100%, but some of the men are also, they feel the way a woman feels. They understand emotions easily. But it is very common for a woman to think in an emotional way, and for a man to think, more focused, oriented, and objective oriented way. They're more logical. Okay, they don't run behind feelings. However, when it comes to companionship, whether you're a girlfriend, whether you're a wife, whether you're a living partner, whatever's going on in the world right now, it's that, yes, Rick is absolutely right. We all need happiness, contempt, and peace. And we do get together to achieve that. However, because we don't understand human minds, we don't understand sometimes how the other person, because it's not very ideal. It's not ideal all the time like the social media has made it. It's not as easy as that. When you start living with someone, that's when you need to understand the human psychology, how the woman is feeling, how the man is feeling. But the basic common sense is, if you're giving respect, you take respect. If your feelings are acknowledged, you acknowledge the other person's feeling. And that's what companionship is about. You don't go into traveling with someone who you're enemy with, right? Marriage and being together is just like traveling, because life is a journey. I hope I'm not saying too much on this, and I'm not going too deep on this. But the point is, life is a journey.
Zakia, I don't mean to cut in real quick. It's just as it pertains to the prompt. So let me just kind of help this. So this topic about them actually understanding what the other needs is also it's very rooted in communication. So if we don't understand each other at a base level, then at an anecdotal level, there has to be a communication, because none of us are mind readers. Are you able to answer? Are you able to answer the prompt in that context?
Yes, definitely. Communication is the biggest part. Communication is the biggest part. Why do we have tongues? Why did the Almighty create tongues and then different languages? Everybody understands different languages. So it is part of the communication problems. Our mind, our brain doesn't know exactly the reality, but through our words and our images going in our mind, we create our reality. So tongue and communication is a big part of actually working together. If you don't communicate, you write if you have a problem. But once you have the tongue, and once you understand the vibe the other person is sending, so basically someone doesn't have to say something to hurt you. They can just do something to hurt you, because the human has the ability to pick on that. So whether your spouse is doing something, your partner is doing something positive, you'll pick that up and then you'll communicate. You'll be like, hey, thank you so much. You took care of me. You cooked me lovely dinner. But then you can also say nothing. And then that hurts your partner. So yes, communication is the biggest factor. Just to let you know, my husband is 63-year-old, right? We have generational gaps. And I'm one of those minorities all over the world that does not have a very common relationship in this world, to be honest. So we have generational gaps. Now, how do we overcome that? Communication. That is the only way. And then it's how you communicate. Do you know how to communicate? Are you going to fight, or are you going to communicate? Are you going to shout, or are you going to talk? Because a communication is wise, like both outgoing and incoming. It's not just outgoing. You just don't keep on talking. You have to listen to the other person, and you have to put yourself in their shoe to understand their position. So yes, sir, communication is the biggest factor of all relationships. Thank you.
Okay, Rick, you had your hand up. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, so with the thing about communication, it still goes back to that breakdown that I was giving y'all, right? About consideration, servitude, avocation, and purpose. Because with communication, communication starts with consideration, reciprocation, and then compromise. And with that compromise, you can find solution.
Sorry, can you come again? I could not hear that properly. It was distorting.
Yeah, Rick, repeat that again. It was the background noise. That's why. Go ahead, Rick.
I got you. That's my bad. I got the kids today because I'm off. Okay,
It's
so
all
what
good.
what I was saying is, when I came in earlier and I said that people understand what we need from one another, right? And it was consideration, servitude, purpose, and avocation. That's where the communication starts at, is with the consideration. And when you consider one another, then you can reciprocate one another's feelings. And once you reciprocate one another's feelings, you can come to a compromise. And within that compromise, you can find a solution.
Agreed.
Anybody else got anything else to say?
I just feel like, man, a lot of this stuff is rooted in culture. A lot of this is just a lot of foolishness, man. Like I say, most of the time people understand you, man. They know what you need. And like I said, it's all based in selfish. And we this new world order is rooted in selfishness, man. Else. That's all it is.
That's why there's no communication, because you can sit in a household with somebody. Everything is hunky-dory. Y'all lay together, y'all sleep together, y'all schmex together, and everything else. But when it comes down to the meat and potatoes, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, you can't even have a civil conversation. Nope. And within that conversation, you don't communicate. You argue or you yell, and then there is no solution.
And that's why I say it all comes down to selfish. You don't care about how the other person feels. They don't care about how you feel. I want to go out. I don't care how it makes you feel. And you want me to stay in the house. You don't care about how it makes me feel. So what I'm saying, at the end of the day, it's all about us. Us, me. That's the type of world it is. So it's survival mode. And that's all it is.
It's detrimental for a relationship. And this is the thing that bewilders me, is the fact that everybody claims they want to be in a relationship, but everybody's worried about themselves. So how does that
be in a relationship, but you're not relating to your partner? Exactly. You're not relating to them emotionally. You're not relating to them physically. You're not relating to them financially. Nothing. It's all about you. You, me. So what I'm telling you, you're better off, man, not getting in a relationship today. You almost got to be insane to get married today. I'm just going to be honest with you. You got to be a nutcase to get married today.
Everything you just said requires being vulnerable to some degree.
And you got a business being vulnerable. You're a man, a grown man. What you being vulnerable for?
You're looking at it. You're looking at it in a bad way. It's not about.
It is a bad way.
Okay.
Can I say something here, John?
It's out your nature to be vulnerable. You're supposed to be a protector, so that you up here being vulnerable.
That's not true.
This is the thing.
That's not what Jesus says.
I don't think a lot of people are ready to be servers. Just like a lot of people, they put a stigma on the word submission. They take it as control. But in anything in life, we have to submit to a lot of different things. And with anything in life, it needs order. So you're going to have somebody lead. And within an actual relationship, in any real relationship, the power dynamics change. I'm going to lead in some aspects, and my old lady going to lead in some aspects. It's just reality. So when everybody
gets out of the house, brother, the man lead the house. It's checks and balance. No one is over the other one. You lead
Well, John Paul, real quick, he's not saying that the man is not the head. I think he's just basically saying on the other side, what's being communicated and what's being interpreted, because we could basically say what it is that we need, right? If we're actually communicating it properly. But is the other side, are we matching up with the other side? I think here's what it is, John Paul. I think I know where you at with this. A lot of men don't have the right woman,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I get
Mm-hmm.
where you're going. If you got the right woman,
You are right, my dog.
then I'm
You
gonna
on
get
point.
to I'm gonna get to it, Rick. I'm fair. I'm gonna get to the woman part. What I'm saying is, from John Paul's perspective, there's a lot of men that are out here that don't have the right woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that's not the woman that you're gonna pour into. If you got the wrong woman in your life, then you need to handle that first, because you shouldn't be having it in your life anyway,
Thank
right?
you.
But John Paul, I'm sure you can come to this understanding. If you got the right woman in your life, at that point, it wouldn't be an issue with the vulnerability part, right? I just want to make
Be
sure.
vulnerable with her. I wouldn't need to be vulnerable with her. I would have no reason. That's the point I'm trying to make. If she the right woman, because she already,
But you're gonna have to be, John Paul. The reason why is because any leader is gonna have to consider that they followers, dog. So you're gonna have to be vulnerable in the light.
Well,
regardless. That's what leadership takes.
Well, hold on, Rick. Hold on, John Paul. Trust is trust vulnerability.
It's trust vulnerability.
Yeah, when you trust someone, because somebody in the comments said something. When you trust someone, because I think it's the word vulnerable. When you trust someone, are you being vulnerable when you trust someone?
No, when you trust someone, you're I ain't gonna say vulnerable. I think the word would be submission. You submit it. You submitting to them. You submitting to their trust that they're a responsible person.
Okay.
I won't use the word vulnerable.
I got you, but is it safe to say that also invulnerability submission would require a level of vulnerability, right?
Nah, I don't want to use the word vulnerable.
Okay.
It alludes to being weak. I mean, because I submit to you, don't mean that I'm weak. That's just that I have trusted that you're a responsible person.
So
it has nothing to do with I'm weak. When you lose that responsibility, once you become irresponsible, then you out the door. So I'm not a weak person. So I wouldn't consider it vulnerable.
Okay, I got it. I'm breaking it down. So when you now I'm gonna give you an example of physical vulnerability. When you get on a plane, you are subject to the pilot and the elements of the sky, because you're not flying the plane. So there's going to be a level of vulnerability with you being on that flight. Would you say so?
Beautiful.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that I have trust in that the pilots are responsible. They're professional.
Okay, cool. You have trust that the pilot is responsible.
Mm-hmm.
But if you fall asleep in the same house as someone, you sleep, so your guard is down when you're sleeping. Would you see that as a sense of vulnerability?
If I'm asleep and then I'm gonna tell you, if you go in there not knowing that house you in, but me, I'm not going to nobody's house and fall asleep. I'm not gonna put myself at risk like that.
Well, in your own house with your own lady, this is where I'm going. When you're married, right? I'm not married, but this is what it's told to me, and just people who are not married at all, whatever, right? If you fall asleep in the same house as your lady, your trust is that when you wake up, she don't stab you in your sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're sleeping, you have a physical vulnerability because she could stab you in your sleep.
I'm taking a chance.
Right. So that may be
being vulnerable.
No, I got you, but that may be what Rick and Beyonda are trying to get to. Rick, am I on base or off base?
You all the way on base because if you still being like, okay, you gotta think about it. If you argue with that lady that night and you still went in there to go to sleep peacefully, you were still being vulnerable. You don't know what she gonna do. She could wake up and hit you with the blade. Like, let's be
Now I'm
real.
taking a chance. You think I go to sleep not knowing that I pissed that woman off? So I'm taking a chance by going to sleep. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be vulnerable. And now I've never put myself in a situation where I'd be vulnerable, where I have to depend on someone else. And that's my idea of being vulnerable. You depending on someone else. Nah, I don't want to put myself in that
Vulnerable
predicament.
every time we step out the door, my guy. You don't know anybody.
You're taking a
that
chance
cheating.
every time you step out that door.
I think John's issue really isn't about whether he would be vulnerable. I think it's the word, because remember, words have different meanings for different people. For John,
Context, connotation, denotation. Yeah, we got it.
The word vulnerable, I believe, signifies a level of
Weakness.
which John is not a weak man.
refuse
He's
to
a
accept.
masculine man. Yeah, I hear you. So let me ask you a different way, John. If you met, don't go by your past experiences or the past women. If you met a lady or a woman who you had an instant connection with, you just felt alive when you're in her presence. She just gets you. She listens to you. She's vulnerable with you. She's playful with you. Would you be open in time, not straight away, to actually express certain emotions that you might be having or certain difficulties in time when the trust is built? Would you be open to that in a relationship?
No, because that sounds like Delilah and Samson. No, I'm not falling for that.
Okay, so you're not going to be tempted by
That's what
that.
happens to you when you become vulnerable. You allow yourself to become vulnerable, and you submit to that type of behavior. A woman charming you like that, you wake up and your strength is gone. You're weak. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you become weak. You should never allow someone to put you in that predicament. Whenever a woman come to me talking all sweet, real soft, and real, my guards go up right then and there. What's she up to? What she want?
Yeah, so I hear you.
I
You're guarded.
think
He's
you mean
guarded.
gullible,
I rest.
not vulnerable.
Hey,
You're talking about
Beyonce, say that again.
You're
Say
talking
it
about
again.
being gullible. You're talking about being gullible, not vulnerable. Two different words.
What's the difference? Both of them make you stupid.
No, that's not true. Being
A
gullible is
gullible
falling for
person is stupid. A vulnerable person is stupid. If he allows himself to be vulnerable and weak like that, he's stupid. He's
Hey,
setting yourself up.
hey, John Paul, hold on. You have kind of like mic supremacy right now, only because your mic is a lot clearer. Beyonda, go ahead, because he can't really hear Beyonda because he's on Bluetooth. Beyonda, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but because you're in the car, it sounds the way it
Yeah, hold
sounds,
on.
so we get drowned out.
Let me transfer. Hold on.
Okay.
Stay out your feelings, brother. Stay out your feelings.
I'm
You're a
not
man.
in my feelings. I'm not in my
You got no
feelings.
business walking around like that.
If we're being totally honest here, the only one in your feelings is you, my guy. You've been
No, I'm
going off
not.
about this for the past hour.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to help my brothers. Stay out your feelings.
No. Being gullible is falling for everything and not having any discernment.
You're stupid.
Okay. You got it, bro. You got it.
You can't make a rational decision. You're stupid. You got
No, you got it, man. You got it. It appears, everyone on the panel, it appears that John Paul is the monolith for how men should act. Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't say that because I ain't perfect. But one thing, I ain't weak.
All right, let's move the conversation along. Zakia, you had something to say, Zakia?
Yes, sir. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
I've got a question for Brother John. Is that okay, John, if I ask you a question?
Ask as you will.
Thank you. Right, John, I understand where you're coming from, okay? But I just want you to know we are vulnerable at all times because we are human beings. Yeah? And this could be our physical vulnerability. It could be our emotional vulnerability. There are different categories, right? You're talking about your emotional vulnerability. That's how you're saying it, right? You're saying that you don't want to feel weak because you feel vulnerable. But being vulnerable is a natural thing. You cannot, avoid it. It's part of life. Does everybody agree with me?
No man got no business training himself to be vulnerable. Yeah, life deliver you some blows that you just can't help. They catch you off guard, and
That's it. That's it. That's where I was getting to. That's why I
But
asked. Can I ask a
to train
question?
yourself to be vulnerable, that's insane for a man to do. That's unmanly.
John, I believe something has happened to you in life that is actually putting your guards up at all times. I don't know whether it was in childhood or whether it was at recent. Can you give me a hint, please?
Well,
Why I have to go through trauma, but y'all call trauma to be wise? Well, I can't learn from other people's mistakes. So I'm telling you what I observed.
That's the thing.
Being exposed to the possible.
A fool.
Wait, hold on. Just first for the audience. Being exposed to the possibility of being attacked, harmed, or hurt, either physically, emotionally, or conceptually. Go ahead.
Stay out your feelings. I'm gonna give you an example. Women lose respect for men who get in their feelings, and your sign of weakness. From the time she see that sign of weakness, you in trouble. And I'm gonna give you an example. It's not the best example, but you can kind of get where I'm going. Back in the days on the plantation, they bring out the biggest slave and whip him in front of his woman until he breaks down. When he breaks down, she starts losing confidence in him right then and there that he can't protect her. So when you go to your woman, all that boo-hooing, and you feeling this way, you start competing with her emotions, she realizes, I got a woman in this house. I ain't got no man. Stay out your feelings, bro. Or she gonna lose respect for you.
All right. The definition of gullible, real quick. Someone who is easily deceived, tricked, or manipulated. A gullible individual is often overly trusting and tends to accept information to face value without questioning its validity. That's the beyond this point.
Right, that's correct.
But
So
the
you go
top
to a woman trusting your feelings, you're gullible. You're weak.
Well, brother, you sat up here and you said that you think a man would be crazy to get married now. So I would say for you, brother, you've already conceded to the fact that at this point you gonna go out alone.
No, I'm not saying you can't have a partner.
Okay.
But to marry somebody and have yourself tied into a situation like that, knowing how women and men are moving today, it's almost stupid to go out and do something that's stupid. I mean, it's really stupid. You already know 90% of the time, majority of the time, divorces don't last. And the only reason they do last is because people don't want to give up their assets. They just stay in there. And so what I'm trying to tell you, you have to be stupid to do that foolishness. So if you're not married, if that person don't work out, it's easy to move on when you ain't married. Just pick up and say, okay, I'm out. But when you're married, you got all these legal things you got to go through, man, these procedures. And, you have to spend money. You have to divide your assets, your wealth. It's just stupid today. Because majority of the time, people going to cheat in the first 6 months of that marriage. I can guarantee you that. The average person in a marriage got cheated on in the first 6 months. So why you go through that foolishness?
Well, Zakia. Now I just want to understand something. Earlier, you said that you were the third wife in a polygamous.
I am a third wife, and we all live together.
Okay, so
we have 6 kids together.
Okay, John Paul. Now her dynamic is different from the dynamics of one man, one woman. So yeah, her dynamic specifically is different from the conversation that we're having about in terms of one man, one woman.
You know what I think about polygamy people, man? Majority of the polygamy people, man, they have a high bedroom appetite. That's all it is, man. I don't want to say the F word, but they have a high bedroom appetite. That's all it is. They use that polygamy as an excuse to have them to make it seem legit, but all they is a bunch of FREKS. That's all they are.
What, the women or the men in that situation?
Both of them. both of them.
Okay.
And that's all it is. Majority of
Okay.
the time, I'm not saying in every case, but I guarantee you 90% of them, that's all they are. They just try to validate it. So people won't look at them as being loose and strange. You know what I mean? Wow, no discipline. So they just go ahead and get married. But that's all they are.
Okay. That's your point of view, but guess what? Our lives are not built that way. This is the common perspective you can ever receive. 99.9% people think exactly like you, John, but we have our different life stories. We are connected from different part of worlds to be together by the will of the Almighty. Now, I was born in Saudi Arabia, brought up in London, got married in Pakistan, and I never imagined myself to be married in Pakistan with a person who has 2 wives and 4 kids already. But
Told
then
you what
what?
it is.
Destiny is something.
He like women. I like women, so I ain't gonna get married. But I like women too, so he might as well just stay single. That's all it is. He like a bunch of women. And that's all it
Yeah,
is.
he likes bunch of women, you can say that, but then he can also have affairs outside the house.
So you
But we
think he
find him
love
in
all
the
3 of
house.
y'all? You think he in love with all 3 of y'all?
I don't know if he loves all 3 of us, but I know he's being
My
a
point.
proper man to protect all 3 of us with our kids. And
He,
that's a
pro-
real man.
he protecting what he like, his lifestyle, what he's protecting.
His lifestyle, he protects himself first. He protects his own health first, his mental health, his physical health, and then he's able to protect everyone else. To have
Man, you
emotional.
hit that on the head, baby. Because you, in order for a man to be able to take care of everybody else, he got to take care of himself as well. You know, in order to be selfless, you have to be selfish in the beginning. A lot of people don't
Exactly.
That's
understand
what
that.
he is.
Well
He's
done, Rick.
selfish.
You got it.
That's why he want all those women, because he's selfish. He want his cake and eat it too.
No, guess what? He was married to a woman, first wife, for the 15 years of his life, and he could not conceive. She couldn't conceive. They tried their level best. And then he got married to the second one for the sake of having kids, his own blood. He wanted that. He could have gone for adoption. They tried, but it wasn't in their destiny. They had to get married to the second one. Now, the second one comes from a different part of the world, right? She was found. Everybody is chosen for a purpose. John,
And he
you are
gonna get
also
another one
chosen for
too.
a
You ain't the
purpose.
last one. I can guarantee you that. You ain't the last
No,
one.
no, 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 no. When he got married to the second one, listen to this. Now, this is where vulnerability comes in. This is very
That
John,
man is
wonderful.
a FREAK man. It's a FREAK. That's
Well,
all he
well,
is.
well. All right. Let me cut it because this is gonna go in a circle. Hey, Brenda, are you there, Brenda?
Yeah.
Hey, my topic. Do men and women actually understand what the other needs? And then I'm gonna get the wicked after you. Okay, go ahead, Brenda.
Absolutely not. The only person that you understand what you need is yourself. Bottom line. And the way I look at things, like a man's a man, a woman's a woman. And people will only let you see what you want them to see. So when you get in a relationship, a lot of people get in a relationship at a real young age, young women and young men. And, they tried their best, but is the commitment really there? Truthfully. Because half the time, a woman will not tell a man why they actually married them. A man probably is not telling the whole truth to a woman. So if the marriage lasts, you're lucky. That's all I can say. And no matter how good a woman can be, or how good a man can be, because there's good men out there and there's good women. If one side strays, it was never meant to be. Because you don't have that commitment. So the first thing you got to know is yourself and what you're looking for. And if you're finding a man, you got to make sure that it's set in place. So, and if it falls through and it doesn't work, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been married and I don't think I would ever marry again.
Smart
Because you know
lady.
why? Because the trust will never be there. So if you're looking for a guy, for a companion, or based on if they can go and do what they want, a woman should be able to do the same thing. But at least stay with that person. But you don't need a marriage certificate anyway to be with a person. Like seriously. Like I don't know whoever bought that forward, but that shouldn't. Ugh. Because you know a certificate doesn't keep a marriage.
I agree because in the same instance, anyway, it's a contract. Just like if you
Yes.
when you go and you go get a job, you sign a contract for the job. Marriage is a job, and you're supposed to run your marriage like a business.
Yes.
You can get married without signing the legal documents. You can do the ceremony and get married without just that the government won't recognize it. That's it. But you still married. The government just don't recognize. Meaning then, therefore, if you decide to divorce that person, you ain't got to share your assets. So you still can get married.
All right, hold on.
I'm
Brenda,
going to tell you, if I had to do it all over again, I would never have married anybody.
Smart
Because
lady.
I'll tell you something, I spent a lot of years with my man. A lot of years. And I was loyal to that man. I was very loyal to him. I never cheated on my husband. But I can't see the same thing for him. And I seen it in my parents. My mom. I seen what my mom went through. And I swore to God it wouldn't happen to me. But guess what? It did happen to me. My husband, I thought he was everything. He was my everything. And then all of a sudden, he wasn't man enough to come and say it to my face. What he did. He still won't say it to my face. Wasted my life. That's what I call wasting my life on that man.
Made a fool out of you.
You darn right he did. And you know something? I stayed true to him. And the worst thing in it is the same as my mom. Even though we were being cheated on, we still loved that man. And I said I had enough of it. I spent my life with a man that used me. Actually used me. And took everything from me. For what? I wanted to go into the military when I was a young girl. I know what I wanted. And I just happened to come across that man and he told me, I want this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that for you. I'm going to do this and that. Yeah, sure. But guess what? I was a good wife. And when he got sick and everything, I handled everything.
It sounds like you still going through some things. And I was just suggesting for you, go get you a big black man and let him bang your brains out and get over it.
Hey, now, all right. Let's
and I'll tell you something,
let me cut
God.
that. Hey, Wicked, how you doing, Wicked?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here because I know your story.
Yeah.
Can you do two things for me? Because I know what you requested in the comments. Can
Yeah.
you answer the prompt, and then you could do the second thing you wanted to do, okay? Do men and
Sure
women
thing.
actually understand what the other needs? Go ahead, Wicked.
Honestly, absolutely not. Because there's a lack of communication in relationships these days. I noticed this with my friend who's married, with my friends who are in relationships and all of that. There's no communication. Like, for example, my friend Katie. She called me and was complaining about her husband. I'm like, well, have you told your husband this? Have you told him this is bothering you? She's like, no, I haven't talked to him. I just think he should know that I'm in a bad mood or whatever and ask me. Like, baby girl, that ain't how it works. You need to be like, hey, babe, can we sit down and can we talk? You don't go to your friends and complain to your friends about your marriage. That's just sad. Because what do you mean you can tell your friends your marriage problems, but can't tell your husband, who's supposed to be your best friend? And I'm going to land my plane there on that. It's just a lack of communication from everyone. It's men and women. But, like I said, that's where my plane is landing. Also, Brenda, honey, That sounded like you just met the wrong man. Because I know that, yeah, there are some crappy men out there, baby. But, for example, my husband, he would never step out on me. He would never do any of that. But that's my personal story. I had to work really hard to find my husband. It's
You naive if you believe that. You saying the same thing
Never say
she said.
never,
She
baby.
said the
Never
same
say
thing.
never.
She said the same thing. Brenda just said the same thing. She said she didn't think her husband would never do it. So you
I
setting
know
yourself
my
up. He
husband
probably already
wouldn't.
done done it. He probably already done it. Because you so
No.
naive.
No,
You very
no,
naive. I've run
Hey,
not
hey,
circles
at all.
around you.
Not at all.
hey, John, hold on. So let me kind of say this real quick. Wicked is often the voice of reason when she comes up here. I get what you're saying, John, but let's kind of like Wicked. Let me talk to you real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So Wicked. This is
Yeah.
what I think it is. You're married, right? And
Yes, sir.
you trust your husband. Your husband trusts you.
Yeah.
We are not gonna speak anything bad on you or your husband in this situation. The perspective that the other adults are coming from is this: is that you, when there's another person, there's no guarantees. But I believe that you are mature enough to understand that even though something like that could happen, that you still are going to be the wife that you intend to be to that man, and
Yes,
not
sir.
hold off on your wifely position because he may cheat.
Yeah. Like I said, I trust my husband 100%. And yeah, I know that there is a possibility that he could do that. But from what has happened from the day we started dating to now, that man has been nothing but loyal, protective, and caring about me. Now, I know he could cheat on me in the future, but that's an instance of if that happens, it happens. We'll get to that bridge. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But as of right now, I have 100% trust in that man because he has not given me a reason not to trust him.
I
Big
bet
up.
he already crossed that
Big up.
bridge.
Big up,
And
bro.
that was
Big
well
up,
spoken
bro.
though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It sounds good, but
That
it
was
ain't
well
reality.
spoken, bro.
Big up,
No,
bro.
what she said is the actuality of
That
what
man already done
marriage
cheated
is.
on her. I can almost guarantee you, because anytime you
She
see
would
a person
know.
that
She would know.
confident, it already didn't happen.
Hey, John, man, you don't think? I'm gonna get this soul. So 1 second. Hey,
Yeah.
John, you've
Yes,
been up
sir.
here. You've been up here, and I gotta say, brother, and I'm not trying to be offensive. You're very black and white, right? Is my guess right about you? Are you very black and white
What I'm trying to do
about
is just
things?
what I'm trying to do, brother, is bring a reality side to the conversation. Because if you
Understood.
don't, you'll go off too far to the other side. So
Yeah.
somebody got to kind of
Yeah.
keep you in
I
the middle
really
of the
want to
road.
speak now, Fifth.
Well,
Well,
like I
well,
said,
hold on, Wicked. I'm sorry. Let me get this soul before she loses her thought. Go ahead, soul.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much, Fifth. And I hope you're well, Beyonda. Big up to you as well. I hope you're well, my love. Listen. I've been listening for a short period of time. And the one thing I would say to you, you know what? When you have been in a situation where you have been lied at, or there's been betrayal or something, you become very you can become very negative. Please don't get me wrong when I speak. Yeah, I'm just saying from my observation, when people go through something like that, they automatically feel that that is what happens. Okay, that's life, that's what happened. Why? Because it happened to me. But you know what? It's a big world out there, and not everyone is the same. Yeah. So my girl here that was talking, that trusts her husband and says, "No, I know." She's talking from chest. She
she's talking from chest. She's feeling her man every day. He's doing things for her to reassure her. She's doing things for him to reassure him. So when you have got that closeness between you and you know that there is no betrayal going on here, then that's all good. But like I said, sometimes when people go through negative, and listen, I get it, I understand it, because when you get hurt like that, you start to visualize the world in a different way, yeah, because of that's what's happened to you. But I think the message I would say is always, it's a big world, not everyone is the same, yeah?
Oh my God. Hey, Rick, mute up. You got crazy background noise.
That's why we have divorce court, because of trust.
Is that okay now? Sorry, guys. I don't know. Was it me?
Nah, that was Rick. Hey, Rick, mute up.
Okay, now, sorry, guys. I don't know. Was it me?
Nah, that was Rick. Hey, Rick, mute up. Man. All right, go ahead, Saul.
Yeah, so that's my point. That I think sometimes when people go through negativity in their lives, they tend to see things black and white, and they tend to paint a brush over everyone, whether it's a man that got betrayed or whether it was a woman that got betrayed. They tend to use that brush and over everyone in that gender, right? And my message to all of you is, look, people will get hurt. There will be people that will be disloyal to you or whatever, but just open up and remember that it's a big world. Like, this planet we live on is huge. And not one man is the same as the other. Not one woman is the same as the other. So try not to, and I know it's difficult when you've been hurt. I've been hurt. Trust me, I've been hurt. Yeah. But you know what I tried to do? And I tried to think to myself, do you know what? He was the bad apple. He was the bad apple. It doesn't mean the next John, Adam, bro, whoever I would meet in life going forwards is going to be the same. So you need to be open. And like I said to you, when my sister there, like when she was talking about, she knows that her man's not cheating. Why don't you accept what she's saying instead of saying, actually, no, he's probably already done it. Listen, she knows her man better than you do. Yeah. And her man knows her. Right. And when you have that connection between souls, you know that love is genuine, pure, and there ain't no betrayal going on. Because when betrayal happens, there are telltale signs. There are things that you will listen to or you will see, and you'd be like, something's just not right here. She's telling you straight up, no, we are really, really good. If it happens down the line, so be it. But she's talking from today. And I think go with the positivity from today. Go with living on belief. Like give the person a chance to prove that they're not going to do it to you. If they do, they're wrong, and move on. Yeah, that's what I would say. But I just want to answer your prompt as well, Fifth. I ain't got my glasses on, bro. So like the little wording I can't see.
Do men and women actually understand what the other needs? Go ahead, Saul.
Okay, so look, forget a man and a woman, like a daughter and a mother and a son. How do you know what people want? Communication. It's all down to communicating. Communicate what it is that you need, especially when it comes into relationships, right? You need to sit down with your man, or you sit down with your woman and say, this is what I'm about. This is what I need. Or maybe you don't have to be blatantly. I'm just, I'm talking high level, yeah? It can be done subtly. You can have your little, whatever ways of communicating. But the key is communication. If you don't tell your partner that this is how I am, this is my expectations, how is that person ever going to know? They're not mind readers. Women ain't mind readers. Men ain't mind readers. You got to speak about it. You got to tell your partner, this is how I am. This is what I need. This is what makes me tick. And these are my absolute red flags, And, it doesn't have to be like you do a boardroom. I'm not saying, before you get married, after you get married, or when you go out on a date. I'm not saying you do a boardroom thing. You have to subtly put those things in so that your partner is aware of who they're getting involved with. And once you give those signs that this is what I'm about, whatever, your partner's either going to look at you and say, you know what, bro, I get that. I love a bit of that. Or they're going to look at you and say, you know what, that's way above my head, or that's something I cannot be for you. And then you make adult decisions and walk away because it's not right for you. But the key of understanding someone is communication.
Absolutely. I said this to my old lady yesterday or like the day before. I was like, I don't know why everybody's sitting here acting like they don't understand, because if that person is not going to listen and not consider you, then just walk away. It's just that simple. And another thing I want to say, I'm not going to be long-winded. To answer the question in a total level, bro, yes, women and men do know, they actually understand, because the people that's together in relationships that's thriving, they understand. The people who are struggling with it, they don't understand, but they're being selfish, because women and men, they exactly understand what the other needs.
Let me ask Soul one question. Hey, Soul.
Hey, John.
If you jump out of an airplane without a parachute, what's going to happen to you?
You're gonna end up drowning or dying, basically.
Have you ever jumped out of a plane?
No, because I have
How do you know?
those conversations.
How
I
do
have
you
the
know?
conversations. I
And
have the
that's what I'm telling
conversations.
you. So I don't have to go through something to know something.
But if you prepare yourself, when you
Thank
go
you.
on a
I rest
plane
my
to
case.
jump out, when you jump, no, hold on a second, John. When you go to jump out of a
I
plane,
rest my case.
you will prepare yourselves. No, do you not go through the test of putting it on, seeing if it's going to work? Does the thing inject? Does the what's it called, the canopy or whatever it is that's called, the balloon or whatever it is that keeps you safely grounded? Do you not do that training before you go in, before you jump off a plane? Of course you do.
That's not
And
the point. The point
the
was
same.
that
It's the
you
same with
don't
a
have to
relationship.
go something happen to you to know the outcome of it. So you don't have to have something happen to you. You actually have to go through certain things. It's called being wise. Even the good
Yeah,
book
but
tell
there's
you.
also a
The
preparation
good
thing,
book
no?
tell you, pray for the best. I'm gonna say hope for the what is it? Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's exactly what I said, babe. I said
So that's
exactly
what
what
I'm
I said.
trying to tell her, to prepare herself for
Prepare.
the worst.
Yeah, but all right.
But that's negative. That's like, why would you
Not
prepare
negative.
yourself
That's
for the
called being
worst?
wise. A wise man.
No. I get it. If you're walking into something blind, then definitely prepare for the worst. If you've come prepared and you've done the groundwork and you've done
All
the
marriages are blind. You never know the
communication.
heart of another person. The good book tell you that too. You never know the heart of a woman. And they
Yeah,
always
but
But
think in
John,
every
I
man's heart is
agree.
wickedness.
but John,
I
but
agree. Go
but
on, Phil.
John, if you have, all right, there's a lot of people on here. I need everybody to kind of just share the mic, all right. But here's the thing, John, Mother, I'm gonna get to you in a second. Mother Wicked, I saw you in the comments, and Brenda, I'm gonna get to you in a second. Okay, I'm sorry. So, John, here's the thing, right? If you have forfeited yourself from having relationships, then there's kind of no need to kind of really understand the woman anyway. I mean, if the situation is, you know what, don't be this, don't be vulnerable, don't be that, then I mean, John, are you just at the point where you're just gonna have women at your leisure? You
Yeah.
know, when you feel like it, and then when
That's
You just
it.
said
you're done
yes.
with them,
That's it.
discard them, right?
You just
Yeah,
said
that's
yes.
it.
babe.
Okay, no, I'm asking a
I'm
question.
being
So
honest with you, brother. They ain't fit to be for marriage no more. All of them got 50 bodies today, so they ain't fit for marriage no more. You gotta be crazy to marry somebody
and
today.
so I asked the question because that's kind of what I'm getting from John this whole time. And you know what? I'm actually not judging John. I'm just understanding John's perspective because that's the perspective he's coming from. So since that's the perspective he's coming from, if you ask this man any question about anything about building, he ain't gonna answer that the way it is because he don't want to build with nobody no more.
Nope.
He's a nihilist. I think he's a nihilist.
No, but guys, listen.
I'm a
Let's be
realist.
fair. He's obviously
Respect my man because he keeping it 100, and a lot of men don't keep it 100. So he one of the rare ones. As long as he keeping it 100 with the women on that same page, and I ain't got no problem with it. But he keeping it 100. He
But
ain't trolling. In my idea, he ain't even trolling.
the thing I was saying is that when you go through trauma, when you've gone through something, you can become negative, right? And you think that everybody is the same. And you know what? It's a waste of your love, your life, and the beautiful things that you could have going forwards, because you are keeping yourself caged up in a negative environment. Open that door, look outside and find the right person. But do your homework, do your foundation, make sure she's right for you, talk to her, communicate. And you never know, you could find the most beautiful woman, because that's ultimately what we're here for, right? Adam and Eve, right? Man is there for woman. We're supposed to be together. Yeah. So you need, if you can, right, is to do the homework in advance so that you at least look there. We're all taking a risk whenever we jump into the pool. Yeah. Whenever we jump into a relationship or the dating game or whatever, we're all jumping into risk. Yeah. But if you don't do it, if you're not in it, you're not going to win it. So you got to do it, but be careful. Have your guards, have your checks in place, have your, you know, your list, your whatever it is mentally that you know, understand the red flags when you see it. Those are the people you walk away from. But you know what, John, you never know. You might meet somebody that's ticking a lot of green flags and you're not even going to see it because you're so tunnel vision on, nah, not interested, been there, done that, hurt, blah, blah, blah. And you could meet them. You could miss out on meeting the love of your life because you're so tunnel vision in how you think.
Well,
My
so
advice,
this is why this is what I said. It's a waste of time. So respectfully, John, not trying to disrespect you, but so it's a waste of time having that conversation with him because the man just said that he is forfeiting that part of his life in terms of having a relationship. What he's talking about having, that's his thing. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. So the thing is, sadly, there are women who have come on my panel and have had that same attitude as John. They just never said it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So I get that. So let me get to Mother. I'm sorry. It's just that the conversation was kind of complex. Okay. Wicked, you had a question. Brenda had a question. Wicked, go ahead. Wicked.
Okay, John, let me ask you a question, okay?
Go ahead.
So, you think that my husband has already cheated on me.
Yeah.
But I have full confidence in him that he has not. Let me ask you a question.
24/7?
Yes, I live with him.
So you go to work with him? You follow him from work and to work?
If he's cheating on me while he's at work, we have a whole different situation
To
entirely.
work and from work.
Hey, John, let Wicked land. She's fair. Go ahead, Wicked. Go ahead.
If he's cheating on me while he is at work, that's a whole nother situation entirely. Because my husband works in a literal factory building stuff, works with only men. So, like I said, if he's cheating on me, that's a whole nother conversation me and him need to have. But when he gets...
Go ahead.
Anyways, I see where you're coming from. I understand you're wanting me to have a healthy dose of reality when it comes to all of it. But at the same time, I trust my husband, and I would be able to kind of tell, like, if he was cheating on me, because he would be acting weird. Like, he's not gonna come straight home from work and come and cuddle with me and be with me if he's cheating on me. He'd be out doing whatever, working late, all that. No, he goes to work and he comes home from work. So there's not really much opportunity for him to cheat on me. So with all respect, I see where you're coming from.
As a former
But
cheater, it
not
don't take
every
but 10 minutes.
situation is that way.
As a former cheater, it don't take but 10 minutes. I done went on my way to work. I done bent women over. Went by their house, knocked on the door. As soon as I walked in, bent them over. 10 minutes, pull my clothes up and go to work.
I'm not gonna lie. See, like even in that sense, No, but even in that sense, you have to have a actual. You have to be realistic about it, man. Because cheating, I hate to say it too, because I was a former cheater as well. People can go to work. You supposed to be on the clock, and you cheating, bro. Like real talk. I ain't just gonna keep it a bean.
I'm just trying to help you out. I'm not saying he's a cheater. I'm not gonna say that he might not be. I'm not gonna say 100% he's not faithful to you. I'm just trying to get you to open your eyes up, man. This is not la la land.
My eyes are open. I see where you're
Feels it
coming
every
from.
day, bro. She feels it every day. Her husband is giving her the reassurance that she needs to
I gave my
feel
old lady the
loved.
same thing. I come straight home after that, kiss her, tell her I love her, and go take a shower and lay down like I ain't done nothing.
I didn't Brenda, didn't you have a question?
Yeah.
I need to get the mother
Yeah,
because
I want a chance to ask the guys a question, even you, because
okay.
we don't have an opportunity to have the mindset of a man, because we are women here. But now I have an opportunity. I want to ask the men a question. So women say it's all about communication. Communicating with your man is going to keep your man together. You're going to know your man. You're going to communicate his needs and stuff. You guys, be honest. If a woman communicated with you guys and gave you everything you wanted, would you still cheat on her? Yes or no?
Wait. Hold that. That's gonna take some time, Brenda. I'm gonna remember your question. I promise. Mother, can you come in?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, mother. Thank you, and sorry. But thank
Hey,
you for
no
your
problem.
patience.
No problem.
Brenda, I'm definitely gonna get to that question, but that's gonna take some time. Mother, so the topic is: do men and women actually understand what the other needs? Go ahead, mother.
Of course, we're human. We understand even just by perception. But I do want to say that a lot of men and a lot of women, even before they get into these situationships, marriages, things of that nature, they're already on their journey. So a lot of times we get into these relationships and the journey isn't discussed. Like Soul Survivor said, that communication is the foundation, but it's also, like Rick said, consideration. I mean, I can sit here and tell you till I'm blue in the face what I need, and you hear it, you receive it, but it's about the action. As far as cheating goes, and as far as things of that nature, that's character. You choose to deal with what you choose to deal with. I mean, if Wicked, like she said, if she feels, like I think the biggest thing that she said that stuck out with me was that he hasn't given her a reason not for her to trust her. That's it. It doesn't require all that. Now, whether she may seem naive to most, at the end of the day, she's saying, hey, he hasn't given me a reason, so why would I even push that? You know what I mean? And that's the thing is that, and like John, I agree with him as far as understanding the situation and probability of men, because men are going to be men. But at the same time, again, it's character. So if you like a cheating man and you know your man's cheating and you're okay with that, that's on you. That's y'all's dynamic. But that still doesn't take away the fact that men and women understand what each other needs. I mean, if you go back to the prompt. So I think it's definitely perception. I think it's definitely consideration. And men and women have to put action behind their words. And I land with that.
Okay, let's go to Brenda's question. If a woman has everything that you need, offer whatever it is, or whatever she is to you, your question for the fellas is: would they still cheat? Am I right, Brenda?
100%, because they think it's all. A lot of women think because it's communication. But if you're communicating with your man and giving him everything he needs and what he wants,
Man don't care about him much.
would the man still cheat?
That's
character. Yes. And the thing about it is,
wait, Brenda, you're asking if the men on the panel or men in general would cheat?
I'm talking about the men on the panel.
Okay, for the men on the panel, answer it for yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm still gonna cheat because number one, a real man got his own stuff, so you can give me all you want. Because you think about it, a man with money, he give a woman everything. So that, other words, that thing stuff don't mean nothing to him. Because he wants the woman, he wants the flesh. So a man who's desire flesh, you can give him all you want. That stuff don't mean nothing at the end of the day. Now the thing, actually, when you give him all he want, them the ones gonna cheat on you because they think they got you. They know I got her. She ain't going nowhere. I know I got her. So he
got a
knows you're a
different
fool.
perspective. I think now this is me because I don't cheat anymore. That's not my
Yeah,
thing.
same here.
But speaking on the generalization of it, you can give a man whatever you want to get him. It's not even about that. That's not the reason why men cheat. Men cheat for their own personal reasons. And even with men cheating for their own personal reasons, a lot of times it's not really trapped in emotion or it's not trapped in anything like that. It's just something at that time that they wanted. Like you walk in the store, you might want a Pepsi one day, and then the other day you want a chill wine.
Is it so who was that just spoke? Was it Rick?
I was going to answer the question.
Go on, Beyonce. Sorry, Beyonce.
No, you're good. I was going to say, if you give a man everything he wants, then yes, giving a man everything he wants isn't going to fulfill him. So, I mean, yes, men are going to cheat if you give them everything they want. But if you fulfill him with everything he needs, it's two different things. So if a man's fulfilled at the end of the day, then the man's not going to step out. But if he's not fulfilled, then he will step out.
If he's fulfilled, she can't fulfill him.
Can I just say one thing?
Because a lot of men have great homes. A lot of men have great homes and they'll still cheat, bro. Like he's not lacking anything. He's happy in their home.
Men cheat for ego purpose only.
That seriously, that's why I say
So
it be
what
different
is the
things, man.
reason?
It be outside of anything that you
That-
could ever fathom. Just listen,
That's
just one
the
second. I'm gonna cut my
question. What
mic.
is the reason?
It could it's beyond anything that any woman could ever fathom why a man cheats. That's why it's such a taboo subject. I promise you. And that's why I say it varies from men to men. You can't exactly just generalize.
Women cheat too.
They
It
do.
all boils down to ego, no matter how you look at it.
Do you think women are like that as well? Do you think women cheat?
Wait, not every
The
man.
way that you're talking about.
Wait. Let all the men answer the question first because we don't want to dilute the
Sorry,
point.
guys.
So Beyonda, was you able to answer the question?
Yeah, I said that, I mean, I agree with what John and Rick said, I mean, there really is no, even if you give him everything he needs and wants, at some point he's going to, it's going to happen eventually. It will. I don't know how to really explain it. He might not even be lacking anything at all, but he's still, okay, I'm not, that's not every man, but like it's a pretty damn good amount.
We're insecure, so we need to satisfy our egos to feel good all the time. If you ain't doing it, stroking our egos, we're going somewhere else to get it. Simple as that.
Yo,
women
wait, hold on, y'all.
Sorry, Fifth, I'm getting too excited. I'm gonna mute up and I'm probably gonna drop because this is I feel quite emotional in this conversation and I feel like every time someone says something I need to jump and I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna walk away. Or I'll mute for a bit, okay?
So let me so this is me and you right here, okay? You know
Yes,
me,
babe.
so
Yes,
you know me.
babe. I know you.
Okay,
I know
so
you.
I'm not doing anything nefarious.
I know that.
I just want all the men to answer Brenda's question, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the audience gets cheated when her question doesn't get answered how she intended. She wanted to know if the men on the panel would cheat. So I need all the fellas to hold your responses about talking to men in general. You need to say if you would cheat or not. John said he would. Rick, personally, did you say you would or not? Or no?
In my past life, yeah.
Okay, would you do it now?
Nah.
Okay,
Ain't no point.
so his answer is no. John said yes. Beyonda, would you cheat now?
No, I have though. I have, but no.
Okay, but you wouldn't now, but you have in the past.
Yes, sir.
Okay, me, Fifth. Now I can answer the question. Jesus. All right, I wouldn't. Okay, I'm a man who, in my past, been with a woman that didn't get everything I wanted and still didn't cheat. I just left the relationship. That's just how I do things. If it ain't what it is, I'm out. All right. All right. So I was the last man to answer that question. All right. Yeah. Go ahead, Soul.
No, so I don't know. Like I was just responding to everything you guys were talking about, and my whole thing is like, look, at the end of the day, I understand that men cheat, but you guys are carrying on like it's only men that do it. Yeah, men do it because this is how it is. Like, I don't know, is it a birthright that you've got because you're a man? No, because women do it as well. Women do the same thing as well.
That wasn't a question.
Women. No, what I'm saying is that when we're talking about cheating, women can do the same thing and come back home, hey, baby, act like nothing has happened. It happens on both sides of the coin. So I don't think it's a gender thing. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not solid on what I'm saying here. I'm just thinking, and probably I talk before I think sometimes, right? So I'm still processing everything. But I do think, because I do see it from both sides, I've seen women that are mastery at doing this cheating business, okay? Cheating game. Mastery at doing it. Yeah? So the question isn't about, oh, should a man be doing this? Is it right or wrong? No, it's the question is, why does anyone, whether you are a man or a woman, why is that happening? Like, why are we feeling this need to do that? Because I kid you not, women do it probably more so than you know. So it's about that whole relationship thing. When you're with somebody, a relationship, with whether it's a boyfriend, girlfriend, a live-in relationship, a marriage, or whatever, you know, if you have got the understanding, and I do go back to communication, and I think someone said on here, it's not just about communication, because you can communicate. I think Brenda said it, babe, and she said it rightly, because I think she did communicate, but he still went on and did what he had to do in his head. But the thing is, there are red flags. There's a thing called gut instinct. Gut instinct exists for a reason. There's something not right in the water. In Indian, we say dal mein kuch kala hai, which means in the dal you're cooking, there's something dark. Yeah, there's something dark going on. So there are so many ways of having that suspicion and talking about it when your gut is telling you something is not right. Now, that can come from a man. That could come from a woman. Do you understand? It happens on both sides. But like I said, I think and that's why I was a bit like, hold on a second, it comes from women as well. It's not just men that do it. Women do it as well.
Yeah, but that wasn't Brenda's question, though. She's the one asked the question.
My point. That's what I keep trying to tell you. We're not on the women. We're talking about men.
From these men, okay?
She wanted to know from our perspective.
I was talking about holistically.
I cheated as a man because I wanted to cheat. It had no other reason. My ego. I saw something that I wanted. I wanted to feel good about myself, feel like I still got it. So I went and got it. It was just that simple. All these excuses why men cheat is a waste of time.
How did you feel after that, John? Can I ask you a question? When you did what you did, how did you feel after that? Did it make you feel a better man?
I felt good.
You felt good?
Sure did. I got what I wanted in life. That's what life is all about, getting what you want.
Right. So what about when you want to be with somebody? Would that not be a hindrance on what you've just done? Or
if I meet a woman and I get all I want in there, she gonna satisfy my ego. But if I ain't got all I want in that relationship, I'm gonna cheat. I'm telling you that now.
You've just hit the nail on the head. Hold on. Mic drop moment. John just said, if I don't get what I want, I will cheat. So is that
my ego got to be satisfied? That's what I'm trying to tell you. As men,
so is
our egos constantly got to be satisfied. If you don't stroke my ego, all it takes for another woman to do it. Say I smell good, you look good in his own.
So is that the reason?
Another woman gonna do it for you.
So why not just leave?
The reason why people cheat? Because you've just said it, that you just dropped the mic. It was a mic drop moment.
So he already said that though, Soul. One of the first things I heard when I came back up here is he said it's ego based. And he said the reason why he would step out is because the woman he has, his girlfriend, isn't satisfying his ego. So he really already answered your question.
Okay, my
Well,
love. I didn't
well,
hear that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I
so
just heard it
stay.
for the first time.
Well, so stay right there because now, since this is a gender neutral topic, let's flip Brenda's question. Ladies on the panel, because now we about to get to it since we jumping the gun. Let's get to it now. Brenda,
Let's do this.
we're going to use your question, and now we're going to ask the ladies.
Yes.
Ladies, if you were
Listen to John. He's so happy now.
right,
John, relax. It's okay.
and thank you, Brenda, for this question because I was not gonna go here. So Brenda's question was for the men. If a woman, wife, gave them everything they wanted, would they still cheat? Ladies, if your man, husband, gave you everything you wanted, was everything he was to you, would you still cheat? Which
No.
lady wants to answer that first?
No, I will say no. Soul Survivor says no.
Okay,
If
next.
I've got everything I want, I would never
Wait.
do it.
So before you unpack it, I need every woman to answer it first. Then we're gonna unpack it. Next lady, who wants to answer that?
No, I would not.
Brenda, your answer.
I have never cheated on my husband.
Okay,
Because
and
the
you
way
never
that I
would, right? In the
yeah,
future, right?
he was and I'll never cheat on him. But I'll tell you something. I'm over with him.
Oh,
No, you're not.
All I
okay.
just
Let me
needed
get
was
the
that
mother.
man to own up to what he did.
Okay. Wait.
Okay, guys. Yeah, go on. Carry on, Kev.
Mother, what's your answer? Would you cheat or no?
I don't know what the future holds, but as of now, no.
Okay, as of now, no. Okay.
But I think that's an overwhelming fifth from the women's side. If we got what we wanted from our men, we would never cheat. The difference is with men is they can get what they want, but they still think, oh, the grass is greener, and that's the problem. Because men do think like that, where women don't. I'll be honest.
Okay, now we gotta have a conversation.
Now we're going different directions.
You know why? Because your whole
Go on, my love. Go on.
your whole dissertation was about how women could do it too.
Yeah, I say that I stand with Chest on that. I believe that, but I think.
So what about the women? What about the women that have everything that they want, but they're not satisfied sexually in the bedroom?
Yeah,
With their
then there's a
husband?
reason.
Definitely cheating.
Then they could cheat. Then they would cheat.
Women
That
don't
is
cheat.
the one reason that a woman.
Well, wait a
would
minute.
cheat.
We said it. Wait. We said if she was getting everything she wanted, that includes Pound Town.
No, but he just said
if we're
she
changing,
wasn't.
okay, so Rick,
He said if she wasn't.
okay, so
I'm not saying if
don't
not
cheat.
get Pound Town. I'm saying if it's not to the best, if he goes to the best of his ability, or he's not endowed down there, or he doesn't satisfy you in ways that you want to be satisfied, but he's giving it to you. He's paying your bills. He's doing everything. He take care of them kids. A lot of women step outside of their marriages just for that sexual activity.
So Rick, that
Women
wasn't.
don't cheat.
But Rick, that wasn't the original question. So now you add a nuance. So I want you to understand something when you do that, Rick. When you add that nuance for the women, then now you have to add that nuance for the men because that was not Brenda's question.
Women don't cheat. I'm gonna tell you what women do. They don't cheat. I'm gonna tell you what women do. They don't cheat. They break up with you for a day or two and get it in. So when then you ever find out about it, well, we were broken up that day right there. So I really technically didn't cheat on you. That's the game that they play. They break up for a week, a day or two, so they can get it in.
Can you
Stop
repeat
it.
that?
I know
babe?
the. I'm saying y'all don't cheat. What you do, start an argument with your man, break up from a day and say we want together. We want together. We broke up on that day, you remember? We broke up
And
that
then you
week.
go and cheat. Yeah, and then they go and cheat.
That's the game that y'all run.
Men do
And that's
that all the
why
time.
they sound so convincing when they tell you they never cheated on you. Because in their mind, they convince themselves
John,
that
we
y'all
want you to
broken
feel
up.
it too. We have egos.
Not cheating though, because y'all weren't together.
We got egos, Big John. I'm telling you.
Bring it,
But they
girl.
weren't together. So, I mean, even if she had nefarious reasons for the breakup, he allowed that woman to come back into his life 2 days later and be, I would say, unreliable in that sense. But that wasn't a cheating episode. She's just manipulative. But I feel like you can't connect those two things and say, oh, well, that was still cheating, even though y'all were broken up.
No, so to be honest with you, when I think, look, if you're in a relationship, right, and you're having a bit of a breakup, but you're still connected, you haven't resolved it, then to go and cheat at that moment is really wrong, because you haven't, unless you sit there and say, do you know what, you go your way, I go mine, and we're done. When the word done is not introduced into it, you're still kind of mulling through your relationship. You're still kind of thinking, maybe I did wrong. The girl might be thinking something. The guy might be thinking something. And the notion of that, like, kind of breakaway is like, maybe we'll come together at a point and discuss and, evaluate or whatever it is that you guys want to do in a relationship, right? But to go out and have sex, sorry, I don't know if I can say that, but to go out and do sex during that time is actually really kind of disrespectful because, yeah, go on, babe.
But we always forget that there's two people in this dynamic. And so if she is initiating this breakup just so she can go and get pounded on with no repercussions, that man has to agree. You also are in this situation where she's like, let's just break up. What does he say? Is he like, okay, whatever, F you, B word, and they just go about their business? And then when they come back, or is he fighting for the relationship? And she, even in the midst of, because to me, if he was fighting for the relationship, but she was like, I don't want to be with you, that's that weird gray area that I feel like you're talking about, where it hasn't really been settled. But if y'all had a big blow up and you like, I'm blocking you, and y'all leave from the crib and y'all haven't spoken in 2-3 days, y'all
then that's
are
done.
broken up though.
Yes. That's my point, baby girl. That look, if you have that kind of, okay, we had an argument, we split away from each other, but it's not done. Until it's not done, you shouldn't be going anywhere. Cause if you do, then it's definitely going to be done. Do you get me? So unless you say to each other, do you know what? I'm done with you. I'm moving on. You move on. Then that's all good. Then go do what you got to do. Woman, man, go do what you got to do. But if you haven't done the done thing, if you haven't said, okay, we're done, then it's still in the air, isn't it? You're still navigating. You're still working out. Did I do wrong? You're asking questions in your own mind, I'm saying, right? He's asking, you're asking in your own minds. And eventually, maybe you might have a conversation. The person that is more like inquisitive or wants to, kind of delve in a little bit deeper, that should we do this or should we not? The person that's still thinking, should we go? So if you are still thinking, should we go? And you've already gone out and slept with next dem man, then it's finished anyway. Because why would you do that? And your man is never going to accept that anyway. And the same vice versa. A man is never going to be okay with the girl saying, okay, well, we were split up for 2 days. And I was like, I was sitting there thinking about it. And then, by the way, I just went and had a night in a hotel with some random. I mean, that's not going to work, is it? So you've got to know, if it's over and you're done, go live your life. And honestly, you should. Yeah, move on. I'm a big believer of moving on if something is not working for you. But if you're still sitting in a state of play where you're like, I don't know, maybe we need to talk about this. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you was wrong. Maybe we can consolidate and maybe we can make something happen. That at that time, if you do wrong, then it's finished anyway. Do you get me? That's what I would say.
But to be honest, it sounds good. But
pick up, Brenda.
These men are going to bust a move regardless. I mean, John saying ego alone is crazy because that gives a lot of insight. That gives a lot of insight because, again, understanding what I need, and if you think that I need you to go out here and we're building this empire or whatever we're doing, and you think cheating to get your ego stroked, so every time I don't stroke your ego, I'm going to get cheated on, and to be the woman on the opposite end of that is madness.
But I don't understand how we don't know that. Like to me,
Because ain't no way.
John
You
didn't
sound hurt.
say anything that anybody with two working brain cells couldn't see. Because if because I think the lie people sell to us, especially to women, is that if you have a certain aesthetic, you can guarantee yourself something. Like the Kevin Samuels of the world and the Kendra G's of the world saying, okay, we need to lose a little bit of weight. You need to do something with your hair, do something with your outfit, because you're trying to attract a certain man. And we're all in these attraction Olympics. But if attraction was the thing that kept a man from cheating on you, then the Halle Berrys of the world, the Beyoncés of the world wouldn't have the stories that they have. So I'm like, if we just observe the human history, we know that a man gonna do what he gonna do. And a man who don't want to be kept is not gonna be kept. It has nothing to do
100.
it has nothing
Big
to
up.
do with her. So when John
Big
said
up.
it's about the male ego, to me, I
Big
mean,
up.
I don't understand how anybody could be surprised about that. Because if you observe life, you know that cheating really has nothing to do with the other partner. It's all about what that man or that
What
woman
that man
wanted
is
at the
going
time.
through. 100%. And that you nailed it, baby girl. It isn't about anything. It's about what you're going through at yourself. If you are cheating and you are doing what you're doing, there's an issue internally within you. It means you're not healed. It means you're not in a place where you can offer your true self to somebody. I was going to say legally, but that's the wrong word. Loyally, right? In a loyal way, right? And why are people not able to offer themselves in a loyal way? Because they got things that they're dealing with themselves. Yeah. And I think you hit the nail on the head. The problem isn't usually the other person, the relationship, It's you. It's you. If you feel that you have a need to go out of something that is so beautiful, that is presented to you on a table and giving you everything you want, but you still don't see it and don't acknowledge it and don't throw yourself into that wholeheartedly, the problem is not with that person, it's with you.
Yo, Bentley.
Hello.
How you doing? The topic today, do men and women actually understand what the other needs? Go ahead.
That's a very good one. I think as we're listening now, I think the issue, I'll say yes, they have a problem. And so why is because what we're hearing right now, people will tell you things, but they also want you to read between the lines. And so men and women don't, my opinion, they don't really actually understand each other, because a woman would say something, but she also would want the man to read between the lines. So he has a 50% chance of guessing right, but he has a 50% chance of guessing wrong. And I'm assuming with a lot of stories I hear, a lot of time men guess wrong and women get furious about that, and vice versa. A man may say something and he may expect a woman to read between the lines, because this is what we'll say. Well, why do I have to tell you that? Aren't you smart enough? Don't you have the intelligence enough to put one and one together? So the point is, that's what breaks down their understanding. I'll land.
Fifth, can I just jump in? I just want to say one thing, because I'm going to go in a minute, yeah? I just want to say one thing, right? I love your lives and I love the topics that you have, yeah? And the thing, when I sit here on the live today, I'm just sitting here listening to everyone, right? And I don't know, maybe I'm just too simple and too simple. I think I'm probably too simple, right? And I just think to myself, why is it so bloody complicated, right? When you meet a man and a girl meets a man and you love each other and you show that to each other every day and you turn up every day, why is it so complicated? And my advice to all of you guys is, honestly, go and watch a bit of Bollywood, bro. Go and watch a bit of Bollywood, love, romance. And I think that's what's missing. I think in today's society, what is missing is romance, is love, is knowing how to please your partner, is knowing how to do the simple, beautiful little things that you do to show up every day and show your person that you love them. Because I kid you not, if you did that for your partner, men and women, I never say gender because I think women are just as bad as men. I'm saying both genders. If you show up in your relationship with love, yeah, and you show your man or your woman, I got you, girl, I got you, every day, you got each other, we wouldn't be having these kind of dramas. I think it gets complicated because we overthink things. Number one, I think we overthink, right? Number two, we look at society and what's going on with our friends and people around you. You're influenced, yeah? Keep it to your own relationship between you and your man and go and watch a bit of Bollywood, bro. Honestly, when you watch, sit down with your man, men, sit down with your women, put a Bollywood movie on, it will show you exactly how love's supposed to be. And you know what? You're going to be in love all over again. Watch a movie every other day and you'll fall in love with each other every day.
That's a lot of fantasy talk.
No, but you know what? Fantasy makes it real. Okay, I'm telling you something. I know.
I had a woman that cooked, clean, brought my food to the bed.
Hold on, John. This is her final thought.
Let me just finish. I just want to land, babe. I just want to land, John. And John, this is especially to you, my love. Honestly, because I do feel your pain. And I just want to go out. I want to come over and just give you a big hug, John, and say, do you know what?
Yeah, you get right in my bed.
Come and meet Soul.
Hey,
and
Soul.
you'll know
John, come on,
what
don't say
love's
that,
about. What love's about, yeah? Because when you truly take time out for one another and you need to do that for each other, have regular date nights, watch movies that bring you together. All these kind of things keep your relationship together. And I told you, I'm Indian, right? I'm an Indian from the UK. Bollywood is I've grown up on it. I only know love like that.
Hey, so you going live today? So, what happened? So, you there? Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, so she must have got a phone call.
Listen, I don't want to talk a whole lot
I'm
of
here. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, so you going live today?
Fifth,
I
can you
hear
hear me
you.
or
Can
not?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
babe.
you going live tonight?
Maybe I will do. Maybe. I'm not sure yet, but maybe.
Okay, if you do, just send me the link because I'm off today. I'll join and talk to you and Kay and Lady T and Sam Sarah if they're available. Okay.
Yes, big up. You know what, Fifth? I'm gonna go on live just for you tonight now.
Okay. You let
Just so you'll join, okay?
you let me know when you're ready. You let me.
Okay, my love.
Yeah, you let me know when you're ready and send me the link. All right.
I will.
I'll send it to Beyond
my
it too.
love.
I'll send it to Beyond it too because we'll have like an after show
Beyond that,
conversation later
you
on
need
today.
to jump. Yeah.
I hear a
Actually,
lot
we
of
can take it beyond.
fantasy talk. I watch a lot of Nollywood, and they got more reality movies. So I'm hearing a lot of old fantasy talk, man. I had a woman do everything for me. I still cheated on her. She brought orange juice to bed.
John, can I just say one thing to you,
cheat because I want all that old talk right there. It's a waste of time, man.
John, my love.
I seen a body type that I like. I had to have it, and that's just simple as that. My ego.
John, can I just put out an olive branch to you, my love?
So
I'm just gonna put an olive branch.
Are you sure, Soul? Because you're not gonna get anywhere with John. I'm just keeping it real. I say that respectfully.
Olive branch.
Okay.
I don't need no olive branch. I need some reality.
Okay, he said no to that anyway, Fifth. Thank you for giving me the heads up. I appreciate that.
So we'll talk later.
Okay, my love. Anyway, I really was humbled and blessed to be here. Fifth is my G, my absolute love from the US, my big heart he is. Thank you, Fifth, and all of you Beyonder and all of you on the panel as well. Lovely to meet you. And
okay, Cinderella.
We'll meet. I am Cinderella. Don't get it wrong, okay? I'm coming from the glass slipper.
She is Cinderella. She's my Cinderella. All right, Soul. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care, yeah?
Love you, Soul.
Good night. Good night, guys. Good night.
All right.
Yeah, I really wanted to make a comment that she could hear it, and this is no, it wouldn't have, I hope it would have been understood. And that is that I think she doesn't understand the culture in which she's talking to, you know, and I'll say that to say that part of what she's saying, I believe that that's the ultimate goal. I mean, that's one of the methods you can use into building that companionship. But the culture factor comes in is I don't think she understands that some people in many parts of the world, but I'll talk about here, that we've fallen so far down the ladder that it'll take a long time for us to get there. As the brother experienced, and he pretty much the step he was on, you know, those steps to get what she's saying, that was very high. You know, so the point is that's the idea of what people are trying to get to. In my opinion, it can be accomplished. But when you're falling down the ladder so hard, it's just going to be a lot harder for you. And I'll say this on one side. When you say ego, I think that's an excuse. I think the fact is that it's not ego. The fact is that you have to have more self-development. I'll land.
Anything outside of ego is an excuse. And the culture she come from, they got some of the worst treatment of women ever. So I don't know if she come up with all this romance. They practice a SN women culture over there. So I know what I'm talking about, brother.
All right, let's chill with that because she's a regular. So let's chill with that. Let's get off of that. Let's get off of that. Yeah, but anyway, Dr. Love, welcome back. If Brenda's still in the comments, thank you for showing up. Thank you, Brenda. All right, John Paul, I want you to understand what's taking place here, brother. Your points are like gas fuel for a feminist. Feminists love when you talk like this because they can project that idea on all men. So John's speaking for himself, okay?
For reality.
He's speaking for himself and he's speaking for men like him. But stats show that not all men cheat. So I get Jess's point. Why be surprised when a man does? But if we're being honest, we shouldn't get surprised when a woman does too. But that's not the whole point of that. But it was a question that Brenda brought up because Brenda's question was, hey, well, you know, we don't always get whatever honesty from men or whatever, and she wanted a transparency from the fellas. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we know the reason, Jess. I know why. I know the reason too. But what I'm saying is that when it finally got for me to speak, I ain't falling that. You know what I mean? I ain't the only one. Rick said something, Beyonce said something.
We say we know the reason why people cheat. Do we really?
Ego, though. What John said, it put a cute little button on it. It's always ego. And I don't know. And to me, I feel like for us to try to, I don't know if compartmentalize is the right word, but to try to separate it into, oh, well, she wasn't feminine enough or this was happening. It's all boils down to ego. And so I'm saying for anybody to come at John, even though we know John be wrong about a lot of stuff, for anybody to come at John for that particular thing, I think is a moot point. Yeah.
I hear you. I think, you know, when it comes to cheating, I think, you know, the thing I would like women to understand, it is never a reflection on you. Very rarely is it a reflection on the woman when a man decides to cheat. It is more to do not just with his ego, with his belief system. And that is what's one of the reasons. And the other reason is obviously we know that basic one, which is lust, you know, where the ego might come in. But the main one is a much more deeper psychological issue with someone who continuously cheats.
His ego still goes bored back down to ego.
Yes, I still boil down to ego, and the reason why I say that is because you have the choice to do it or not. Like
exactly,
you thinking of only yourself within that time, and that's that ego. And even when you switch it around to women doing it and women saying they do it out of response, that boils down to ego. Your ego was hurt because you didn't think that this man was going to cheat on you because you're doing everything in your mind. You're doing everything for him, or you're doing everything that he needs done. So you feel hit that this man went and cheated on you. So you let your ego get the best of you and you cheated in response.
Well,
Exactly.
if I can have a point at that, would you like to go?
Wait, mother, was you saying something?
Yeah, for most women, it's get back. It's getting them licks back. Like, I mean, when you have a serial cheater like John, most women know what type of man he is. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure that out, even just dealing with him, because it's character. It is character. If a woman's body can get you and get your attention and cause you to cheat, I mean, you're out of there. So I think when it comes down to women, I think a lot of times women do it to get their lick back. That's why I said response.
Well,
And I'm going to disagree with that.
wait, Dr. Love. Mother, these women of today are cheating first.
Absolutely.
They got songs about it. There's a whole culture now being taught
Serial
about it.
cheaters. Serial cheaters, man. Let me tell you something. Because they're beating men like John to the punch. I mean, I'm being honest.
To my point, though,
because I'm not deceiving you.
To my point,
a lot of
I'm gonna cheat on you.
A lot of women at this point who's been hurt, who's gone through that, they're just beating men to the punch.
I'll
say
that. John, my bad, Bentley, real quick, because John said something I don't want people to miss. John, what you're actually describing is not cheating. You know why? Because what you're basically saying is, from jump, you're gonna let them know you're not faithful. This ain't a relationship. This is the situation. This is a wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And it is what it is. So technically, it's cheating only if you get into the situation where now you want to be in a relationship. You're telling her, "Oh, it's only me and you, baby." Then you go behind her back and
tell them
another woman.
indirect.
But
I tell them indirect the way I move. They see me looking at other women when we get together.
This is correct.
So
it's an open
I don't
relationship.
have to tell you that's a cheater.
Yeah, but yeah,
I shouldn't have to say it. You see me watching other women, me and you together from the time we get together. You should already know. I like women.
Well, did you know what that indirect talk that I mentioned? That's what breaks down the communication. Why can't you just tell them?
Well,
That's an open relationship.
John said he would.
And women are down for that too.
No, I
He just said he wouldn't, though.
I thought he said no. She'd have to pick it up.
I will tell you I'm a cheater.
Just when you was gone, I'm going to what John said earlier when you was gone.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna cheat on you.
John said he gonna be off the rip.
I'm gonna cheat on you.
No, but Fifth, like you said if they have an understanding, it's not cheating.
They don't have an understanding.
John,
They don't need no understanding. I'm gonna cheat regardless.
Hold on, babe. Hold on. So if John goes to this woman and says, "Hey, I'm gonna go out here and do this other stuff," and she agrees or she stays along with it, then to your point, Fifth, I don't think you can call that cheating.
Exactly.
But John just said when Bentley was here, right, in the most recent time, that he wouldn't have to say it because she would know by his actions because he's looking at women. So that's why Bentley was like, "Well, that's indirect."
Well, John,
so John is
I
being
got a question for John, so we can clarify something real quick.
John may be all over the place in this.
I'm gonna tell you
second,
direct,
but
indirect,
earlier
however
John
I
didn't
can
say
say.
that. Hey,
John,
I'm gonna cheat on you.
Wait. Hold on, John, because your words. Here's the thing. John earlier said, right? He said that he gonna be straight up, right? I don't know what John is doing now, but John earlier said that he would be off the rip.
I'm gonna be straight up. I'm gonna cheat on you.
Okay, so I got a
I'm
question.
gonna do it indirect.
Right?
I'm gonna let you know
In that relationship,
Is he going to tell them?
But see,
in
John,
that particular relationship,
John's
John,
words.
right?
Hold on, wait. John's words. Actually, John, you should change your wording. It's not that you're gonna cheat on him. You're just gonna have another woman. But basically, because when you say cheat means going behind your back, cheating on a test.
I'm gonna go behind their back. If I want the woman, I'm gonna go in front of their face. I'm gonna cheat on you. You can take it or leave it.
You know what?
I tried.
No, but
this is the John show. Seriously, John's got so much stuff going on that where do you start from?
Sorry, host. If you listened, he never told them. He said he's going to do it, but he never told a lady that.
That's my question, right? So, within that interaction that you're having with these women, and you're saying that if they see you looking at a woman, they should automatically know that you're going to cheat, or you're saying that off the rip, you're going to cheat. Do you expect the same thing in return?
and you ain't gonna have no problem with that?
Well, the woman, me and her both were doing it. She called me before I called her, and she stayed when she called me. I left when I called her. She asked me where I stay. I said, "That's you. You the fool, not me." And Ron know me. Ron Black will tell you. Ron, do I tell him straight up? Do I'm a cheat? Ron know me. Me and Ron grew up together.
Me and John got the same thing. I like to beat the women to the cheating. I like to cheat first, and then she seems like she gonna do right. I do right about it, but if I think she cheated, it's only gonna get worse for her because I'll start.
Oh my God!
Can I please make a comment here?
Oh my God!
Either one of you though. I mean,
go ahead, Bentley.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just have some questions too. Now let's get this right. Does everyone agree that sex is nothing but a feeling? Correct? Right? Nothing but a feeling. And for men, I believe it's one of the greatest feelings in the world. Okay. Now,
I got that habit.
Definitely more than
agree with that, my boy.
It's definitely more. No, I'm not saying that it's not more, but it is a feeling. That's what I'm getting at. And like any feeling, believe it or not, some people are addicted to it. They're addicted.
I'm addicted.
Now, right. So some people are addicted. So respectfully, if you haven't done enough work on yourself, you may not have the discipline to stop. You ain't have the discipline to stop. So it's not ego. So it's not ego. It's the lack of discipline. That's the difference.
It's my ego.
I got plenty of
discipline.
discipline.
Stop. I need to satisfy my ego.
I just like sex, and I love it. The only thing I like better than sex is cash money in the hand.
Hey, hold on.
You're proving my point.
Definitely pays for it.
Hey, yo, hold on, y'all. I gotta make a disclaimer right now. The thoughts and opinions that are expressed on TikTok do not reflect the thoughts and opinions of Fifth TikTok Live with Fifth. I just want to say that.
Yes.
They're y'all opinion, not mine. Go ahead.
Exactly. I said, but that's what I'm saying. So are you saying you don't have the discipline? Or you saying it's your ego?
I have the discipline. I don't want to. I don't want to stop it. That's my ego.
Okay.
I got to get my numbers up.
Yo,
okay, now I understand.
One mic.
There's no way.
I feel comfortable.
I understand now.
I like to get the cheating out the way first. That way I have one on both of them. If she cheat on me, I'd say, well, you didn't cheat on me first. I got you first.
Nah,
I like to get cheating out the way.
Nah, y'all ain't got no discipline. Billy ain't lying. Y'all ain't got no discipline.
Hey, yo,
we just like to cheat.
I don't know whether I would say it's discipline or not.
I ain't gonna lie. Ain't no grown man finna say that.
Hey, yo,
that's child.
hey, yo, stop.
I'm 50-something years old, so I'm grown. Ain't no.
Yo, shut the heck up. One mic. We need to go back to having an intellectual conversation. Otherwise, all of y'all can get the hell off my panel. All right. Dr. Love, you had something to say?
I have a lot. I think, I wasn't expecting to come to this today, but I think there's a level of there's so much, and there's morals here question, value system question, belief system question. We're falling on ego again and again and again. There are different kinds of people, and you generally find there's a type that in their DNA they are very revengeful. They have, it's an eye for an eye. That's their thinking. So when we're talking about, well, women are cheating because men have cheated on them. No, ma'am, not every woman does that. If I've been cheated, I will not degrade myself to go and join the same Cadillac because that's not me. And I know lots of women who would not also cheat back, but there is a type of woman that will cheat regardless. And that's because of her belief system, her moral system, her value system in society. So she will proceed to continue doing that. So really, and the same for men. John is an example of, how some or a lot of men may think or may not think, but it's not a great representation. But I am judging right now, but it's not something to be proud of. And it sounds like, yeah, hell yeah, that's me. And then we've got another member who also, yeah, that's me too. Well, I would say it goes a lot further than what is being presented, and probably right back to childhood where this behavior was redeemed as okay. So it's been witnessed and it's now become, well, that's okay to do. So I think there are two different kinds of humans, and you got to just be careful who you pick. And I think when you've got a man who's got a wandering eye, this is why we always say it's a red flag to date a man with a wandering eye, because the chances are that wandering eye is going to go a lot further. Same with a woman. If she has a wandering eye, the signs are always there. So everyone choose very, very carefully.
My mama only being with one man. That's my dad. I guarantee you can't say that. So it had nothing to do with my upbringing. I chose to be this way. I like women, and there's nothing wrong with what I choose. And I don't see nothing. It'd be something if I like the same gender, like a lot of women do. Then there'll be something to go evil about. But a man liking a woman, I'm not taking it. They're giving it to me. So I don't see nothing wrong. This is a lifestyle I want, and that's the lifestyle they want. So what's the problem?
I don't see no problem, John.
My opinion is not a problem. It's your choice. But I think what people are concerned about, and where the question may have came from, that they're looking at the possible damage that you can do to the woman. I'll land.
Not just the women, but just society. I really don't.
But see, by the same token, y'all ain't got no problem with the same gender being together. That's what
I don't, because that's their value, right?
That's my value. So at that point, I don't even discuss it.
Hey, stop it. Jess, go ahead, land your plane.
I don't feel like I'm gonna be able to, But yeah, I don't think you can put homosexuality and pervasive lustfulness in the same category for a lot of different reasons. But however, I do, to Bentley's point, I don't think anybody's unchecked lustfulness is good. Like, I don't think it should be diluted to just a choice, because nobody lives in a vacuum. We all are examples to another person. The restaurant you go to, somebody has to cook that food, somebody has to wait on you, right? We all live in a society. So I do think if we actually care about being community advocates and our brothers and our sisters keepers, then yeah, that kind of mentality does affect more people, even if it's not your people, even if it's not that woman or that man you sleeping with. Somebody is looking up to you, somebody is seeing you do that, and they're getting the wrong example of how to be a leader, how to be a man, how to be a woman, how to be an adult, how to be responsible, all these things, right? But I did want to say to the prompt, because I would love to get off, John, that I think people believe men and women are so different, and we're really not. I think the biggest reasons why we can look different to each other is because of social programming. And we have never at a time in human history after the invention of agriculture and industrialism, have we raised young boys and young girls to see the world the exact same way. So of course, as they matriculate through life, they're going to have different worldviews. And then how would you ever expect them to relate to each other and then to marry each other if they are told or taught to have differing worldviews? I would love to talk about that with y'all.
I would love to talk about how is it okay to have same gender relationships, and it's frowned on for a man to have multiple women. It's frowned on more for a man to have multiple women when what you're doing is going against nature itself.
Man,
there is an answer though.
Yo, hold on. Answer Jess's thing first, man. If anybody's gonna talk, respond to Jess's point. All right, I guess that's a no. But all right, let me do this, y'all. Let me do this. It's all about communication, man. All right, he gone. It's all about communication, right? And so my thing is this: when you don't know, what the other person needs is because there's no conversation, right? I think a lot of times, generally, we like to assume what people want. So what we do is when we get in relationships, we get into it about what we think someone wants or assume wants, right? But need is not something you're gonna know. So obviously that's something you're gonna have to communicate. So when you're talking, the thing is this: you need when you're vetting each other, you need to be very clear, especially when you're in your 30s. If you're in your 30s and you're not clear about what you want, I encourage it in the 20s too. But I don't expect it from people in their 20s. But in your 30s, you need to be very clear about what it is that you want, need, expect, because there are going to be expectations from both sides. But in order to get that clear, you have to communicate that clearly. The guessing game is one of the reasons why we're where we are today. Women will be with a man, right? Or I don't know if we're boyfriend and girlfriend or not. Well, the communication obviously is not there. You know what I'm saying? So, because I hear that on my panel a lot. So the communication is key. The communication is going to be the foundation to any understanding and any relationship. Does anybody have anything to say to that? Because we're going to get back to this
I can
intellect.
add.
Go ahead, Bentley.
I would add this. I think in that communication, because respectfully, our preferences may grow and change. I think the order would be, if you don't tell them anything you tell them your core values, the things that really mean something to you. And then if I could, then you tell them your standards. Because my point is, once you tell someone your core values, that's where you can see whether or not they respect you. But if you start off with, I prefer this, I like this, I don't want this, I don't want that, they may begin to violate your core values. I land.
I also think people think some things are a core value or a preference when they're a core value. Like, for example, people saying like, oh, I just prefer for him to be dark skinned, or I just prefer for her to look like this. No, because you wouldn't date somebody who wasn't like that. And that's not a preference. That's a value system that you are operating in, which is, I think, part of the problem is that people's values and what they choose to value are based in such superficial things that the vetting process is very short-sighted, right? So they think they're doing all the groundwork to build their relationship, but it's only based in these superficial things that will change. And they don't tell you anything about the kind of person you're getting with. So you end up getting married and then recognizing that you actually don't like that person. And the one thing that I'm gonna use this word lightly, but hate is when people talk about marriage, like, oh, I've been married before. I don't even want to do that no more. I don't even like marriage like that. And it's like, marriage is just a concept. Like, you make marriage what you make it. Like, it's the people inside of that marriage who will make it a good marriage or a bad marriage.
Exactly.
And so if you came there with crazy superficial values, the marriage is going to be bad. But that's not marriage's fault. That's your fault.
I agree with that. If you got bad reviews on your marriage, that's on you. Like real talk. Everybody marriage ain't the same, and a lot of people come on here on TikTok and they try to project about failed relationships that they've had in their own past. You know what I'm saying? But in light of we talking about marriage, that's another thing that I think that a lot of people, they not actually ready to be married because they haven't sat there and understood that it's not about you when it's in a marriage, that you can't be selfish when it comes to a marriage. I think that a lot of people, we're sitting up here and we're trying to force the hand instead of trying to understand who we actually being with, because there's a lot that goes into wanting to be a spouse. And there's a difference between wanting to be a spouse and wanting to be married. And I think a lot of people would like to be married, but they don't want to be a spouse, which means that you will have to stand up and be a wife or a husband.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like Jess said through the vetting process. A lot of people are trauma bonding. You're trauma bonding with these men, and men are trauma bonding with us. And then once we start to actually learn their character, and see who they are, we still look over that because we have this trauma bond over here. And what do you call it? We give these men a lot of grace, and women a lot of grace. And by the time I don't want to speak on John, but that's the snowball effect. Now we're in a relationship, and knowing that a man like this, I mean, like you said, just the signs were there before. I don't care what any woman says, just how you describing Ron, the signs are there. And if that's what you choose to do, cool. But he
Yes.
said at one point he didn't want to tell them, and he does tell them and things like that. And to be honest, as I go through these panels, those are the type of men that men that are healed, and men that have their stuff together, and that men are really putting their best foot forward. Those are the men that catch a bad rap from men like that, because all women start to think men are going to do that. That is going to be a regular trait. And as we go through these panels, what is holding us back in the BLK community? What is it? This stuff like this.
Yeah, but mother, let me chime in. So,
Yeah.
mother, you know that's not my perspective, right, mother?
Right. No, I was just speaking on what I heard on the panel today
I,
with the
I
gentleman.
I understand. So there was a reason why I didn't. He left on his own. Okay. I didn't kick him, but he left on his own. But I want you to understand. I want you to understand why I kind of left him up here. My best friend Zacchaeus says this about people: let them talk long enough, they'll tell on themselves.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I did today with that man.
But do you know what, Fifth? From the beginning, you could tell that his mindset was already fixed, and you could see what he was doing. Well, I could very early on, but I think I think when it comes to relationships, I think what Merva is saying, she's right, because it makes, when you hear stuff like this, you do become very skeptical about relationships. And, I always say, at the end of the day, nothing is forever. It's very sad to say, but it's true. Nothing lasts forever. And if you can understand about us humans, we can change any given moment. And instead of putting your trust and everything in another person's lap or giving them the revolver, you have to trust yourself. And when you get into a position where you trust yourself, then no matter what happens, you're going to handle it. So if you're with someone like, say, you, Fifth, and you're someone who doesn't believe in that, and your value system, in time, you will show yourself too. Just like when you let people talk and they tell on themselves, if you just let people act, they will show you who they are. And that's when you have to make decisions and choices which are going to be difficult, because you might be all loved up and all potentialized, but you have to choose yourself, and you have to trust that if someone shows you those traits, cheating, gaslighting, disrespect, you got to be ready to walk. I land.
Were you going to say
Beyonda,
something?
Yeah, I wanted to.
hold on, Billy. Beyonda been waiting for a long time. Go ahead, Beyonda.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't know who was talking earlier. Was it Mother? Is that her name?
Yes.
Yeah. You were saying to your point. Humans do this, naturally, but a lot of women have this like bad habit of like taking a tiny substrata of men who are like just bad human beings, and then they use that for all the guys. That's why I was kind of like, annoyed whenever John was up here, because he was talking, and I feel like the responses that he was getting was making it seem like men do that, every day, or a lot of guys do that all the time and enjoy it. So I just wanted to respond to that. That's why I've been quiet the entire time. I couldn't take it, because I was, I don't like being cut off when I'm talking. He kept doing it to me when I was talking earlier. That's why I went on mute.
So I'm gonna take some accountability here, for also letting him up here speak. So, Beyond is my moderator, and Beyond, as a moderator, you could veto a lot of things as a mod, right? I know you don't. That's not your personality, but as a mod, if you wanted to, you would
Oh
have
no,
been
I
like,
could, but the problem is that
yeah.
I'm driving, so I
No,
can't be on my
I
phone at the same
understand. I
time.
understand.
If I was in my office, I mean, then yes, for sure, I would
Yeah,
have been a more efficient moderator. But a lot of times when you have these panels, and I'm not complaining, it's when I'm
yeah,
usually driving like far away.
yeah.
So I'm not able to be efficient in that regard.
No, I understand, but I'm just letting you know you have a lot of pull up here. So you know what I mean. But I'll
But I
take.
but I figured that's what you were doing though, letting him like tell himself.
Yes,
That's
yes.
why I figured that
I
you knew you were doing. That's why I didn't say anything.
yes, I was, and I'm gonna also say this, right? So because sometimes I could get accused of having a male bias because I'm a man. I mean, it's gonna happen, whatever. I don't care. But I could be accused of having a male bias, right? So when he got up here and he said what he said, and every woman had the right to come at him. That's why I didn't stop the women from doing that, because he got up here and he put his foot in his mouth. So when he did that, I said, ladies, y'all got it, because go ahead and rip him if you need to. But, at the same time, I just want to let this be clear. And this is why I made my statement about his thoughts and opinions up here. And it's not to talk about him. I know he's not here, but it is what it is. Listen, men have to speak for themselves first. You are who you are first. Don't go projecting what you do on other men. Yes, there are men that do what they do. I get it. But you speak for yourself and yourself only. Now, if we want to have a general conversation, we can have a general conversation. But let's just make sure that when we're being fair here, that we understand that there are people like him and other people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I came up here and I said, brother, the way you speaking, that is not that I'm saying that he was wrong or anything, or he's a liar. He said he's about reality, right? He says that he told he told the fellas get out their feelings, right? Well, really what he was trying to say was don't have any feelings. I think some of y'all missed that part. He's not just saying men get out your feelings. He's saying don't have any feelings at all when you're dealing with these women. I would never teach that. So I want that to be clear. The difference between his views and my views as the host on this channel.
Yeah, I also wanted to speak to your question earlier about the solutions or whatever. Because you asked me that earlier, I didn't have a chance to respond. So I was just going to say one of the solutions that we can use to our advantage is, getting out of the habit of seeking validation from other human beings. I think that's a really huge problem here in America, especially, in modern day times. We seek validation from those who are just as broken as us, which isn't a good habit to have. So I would say to not put all your eggs in one basket and not seek validation from the person that's going to hurt you in the end. So I'll end there.
To a question for me, it go to the prompt of what I mentioned about how I believe they don't actually understand each other because of there's that dual trait of I tell you these things, but some things you have to guess. So I think that right there is what breaks that communication for them to really understand. But with that said, I would like to ask this question, and I'm not trying to take off the prompt, but what the brother just said, I would like to, here's a response. In my opinion, the question is, does anyone believe that women have gotten to a political point in society that they're so fed up with the position that they're in, that the only solution is that the black man goes to war? I'll land.
When you say war, what do you mean? Oh, go ahead, man.
Physical war.
So Bentley, not everybody up here is black.
It's okay.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Jess.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand. Are you saying black women are so fed up with men that they are now promoting the idea of black men going to war more?
Yes, and I'm using when you say fed up. I mean, when you say about the fed up, I use that lightly, but yes. In other words, it seems like the only solution. I'm sorry, is the only solution that men have to literally stand up and physically fight for the
Mhm.
freedoms and the lifestyle that they want.
Yeah, so I'm a proponent to say that the military is not protecting America. The military is protecting business interests. So men going to the army, they don't necessarily do it out of sheer patriotism. They do it because you can get a great check. The military can pay for your school. If you get married quickly, you can get benefits for that. So I and then I also wouldn't say that women, as a demographic, black women especially, have the pull systemically to push men into the war space, into the army, and things like that. So, if anything, I thought what you were going to ask was, are women so fed up that they've just decided to not deal with men at all and to pursue isolation? Because I can see that point, but in no way do black women have the societal pull, systemic pull to push men into war.
I mean, if I could, a
Bentley,
little bit. I'm sorry.
Bentley, you're not talking about the military at all, right, Bentley?
Oh, I'm not
Right.
actually.
So you
Thank you.
got to be way more clear about that when you're speaking up here,
Right.
okay?
I was gonna.
That's what I asked. I said war. Do you mean like pew pew?
I
You know
mean, a
what?
war. I'm sorry. No, what I was trying to say was a war to fight. As I thought I said it. A war to fight for the lifestyle they want and the freedoms that they want.
Yeah. How is that not the same thing as like the military campaigns?
He's
I guess.
he's talking from a sociology standpoint, but Bentley, you have to say that.
But give me an example of how men have ever done that ever.
I get okay. Will you use a thing of separation? So
Uh-huh.
let's say they say, okay, you know what? We're so fed up with y'all. We've been backing y'all for all of these years, but y'all are not doing anything. So the only thing we want you to do is you fight. If I could fight the system, the society, you go against the system and you fight for us and we live together against the system.
Okay, yeah. I don't think black women at large trust that the man is going to fight the system. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, a black woman's response to her feeling fed up with what BLK men are doing, it would not be her saying, go fight the system while we all live in a little harem or female only encampment. It would be to do what we've always done, which is go and fight the good fight ourselves, be the front line. And sometimes the male label, the male image kind of has to usurp that, so the movement has some validity with other people, with like the oppressors. But no, I wouldn't say that's what she would do.
So Bentley, I assume you're a brother if you ask
Yes.
me these questions. Mother asked a great question in the comments. She said most don't understand the system. So Bentley, you may have to describe the system. I know it's like, hey, I should
No,
already
okay.
know what it is, but you may have to describe the system because that would be in better and proper context. Go ahead,
Right,
bro.
cool. It's just that I didn't want to take up too much time, but
I
okay.
understand. I'm
Right.
allowing it. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, when I'm saying the system, let me give you an example. Say, let's say I'll use black people, black women are saying, listen, we've been standing by you for all these years, but you have done nothing. And then a black man retaliates and says, it's the political system. What do you mean? So the political system is the fact that the laws and the rules that are made kind of, it stops the financial productive growth for black Americans. So one of the reasons it's tough to fight, no, it's the only way to get from under that system, respectfully speaking, is a war. No one's going to give you that for free. That making any sense?
Let's let another woman answer that. Mother, you have a response?
I'm still trying to grasp it all. I don't think women are pushing men to do these type things. A lot of women, to be honest with you, a lot of women are scared of the system and don't understand the system that you're presenting. I think a lot of times, again, as I say, a lot of women, I think, hang on the hope phase for a lot of men. And even in today's society, we still have hope for the black man, because at the end of the day, the black man is our protector. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of black men have a lot of issues with black women because we all really, we kind of come from the same place to a certain degree. No, and please don't mistake what I'm saying, that men and women, yes, they are two different people, but I just think that it's kind of hard to support stuff that we don't stand for. You see what I'm saying? Just like the prompt today, I like the fact that John was up here. I like the fact, Fish, that you opened the floor for those kind of conversations. Not to revert back to him, but it's real life. Men are thinking this way. These things are happening. Women are responding in this way, and it does come across that we don't understand what each other really needs. I think a lot of women, even in the household, it's hard to understand the black man today because he has a lot of pressure when he walks outside that door, not even from the black people. He has to live up to everybody else's expectations. So I don't think it's even just the black woman pushing him to those expectations. I think it's everyone. And I land.
I can agree with that, and in that same sense, we kind of got to understand that women and men actually understand that we need each other, whether they like to admit it or not. We have a lot of these people on these platforms speaking out against what's actually natural. That's just like, I'm not going to open that can of worms, so I'm just going to leave it alone. Somebody has said something about the rainbow culture earlier, but even with the avocation of that from some of the women in the black community, it doesn't measure up. I mean, I don't have anything against what folks choose to do on their own time and what their sexual orientation is, but we have to be realistic. If everybody's thinking with those thoughts that it's okay to lay down with another man, or it's okay, I'm done with men, I'm gonna just lay with women, then where are we going as a black community, or even as a community or society as a whole?
I think that's moving the goalposts. I think that the rainbow culture was brought up, and as most women, hey, guess what? Doesn't mean everyone's cheating in the rainbow community. I think that has nothing to do with this actual prompt. And that's getting away from it. Again, blaming somebody else. John used that as a way to solidify what he was doing to women. I think that's crazy.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's not fair. It's
not moving the goalposts. What I'm saying is, if we're trying to instill family values and we're saying that men and women should be together, and we understand that men and women should be together, why are we celebrating Pride Month? Why are we advocating this?
Because that's another topic.
That is moving the goalposts, though, for real.
Yeah, because that's another topic. Yes, that's another topic.
They still create families. They are still families that mimic those rainbow families.
We're not gonna entertain that part of it.
And they're still in the community, though.
We definitely not entertaining that.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. As far as
if I can comment to both of them, both of your responses is the reason I asked that question. Because it's not necessarily about only the black man. I was trying to emphasize that it's about the position they're in. And what happens is, in the position they're in, they feel that they are, or they work with the black man. So in other words, the position they may feel, I'm doing all that I can, and because I'm with you, I need you to do more. So you get out here and you fight for anything that's stopping you from allowing me to have the lifestyle and the peace and comfort, what have you, that I'm looking for. And that's what these things are, what gave birth to this question. Because I hear these things and I'm saying, you know what? It only seems like the only solution. And let me say this first. Because part of the solution is there has to be some kind of financial and economical bond that he has to come from under. And I'm not promoting anything, just for the record, but because that's one of the straps. The financial and economic bond is a strap that's holding him from providing the way for the woman the way she wants to do it. And so what I'm hearing is the backlash. You're not doing this. You're not doing this. So if that's the only thing, it's like they're pushing him to say, listen, you go and you fight for them to change these laws. You fight for this and fight for it. But that requires a physical fight. I'll land.
I don't necessarily think it requires a physical fight. I do think, however, people mistake the true problem. Because that's not a gender-based problem.
Exactly.
Because both BOK men and BOK women are facing a lack of economic mobility in America. America has a class problem. And I think for anybody to be in a situation where they're looking at their significant other and saying, well, you need to be, as a man, going to go and make more money and fight against this classism, right? It's not a man, or it's not a gender issue that we are in a classist society and that we don't have the economic mobility we should have. So we're going to need everybody hands on deck to fight against that. I guess to me, the woman in your scenario, she's not the kind of person who's healthy enough to even be in that kind of conversation. And the man should not be then forced to go and fight systemic oppression by himself. Because that, again, is not gender specific per se. It's obviously it's racial based because, America created the ghettos, right? And that's a thing. But then also it's class based. And so if all the minorities got together, we could stand up against the oppressive power that is the white tea people. And more specifically, the religious zealots, the Christian nationalist white tea people.
Well, when you fight a system that writes your checks, you can't win. So the strategy can't be, the strategy has to be very different if that's what's going to be. So if the very job that pays you is part of the system that you have to fight against, then they have control to, i.e., take your resources away just by stripping you of how you could earn resources if you have to go through them.
You don't have to go through them though. There's so many different ways to make income in America and in the world nowadays, and digitally, right? Where you could be your own boss. However, it's layered. But in the space that we're in, where there's more ways to make money, we still have obviously the government system that hoards a lot of wealth. And then we have to work with the learned helplessness, especially of the BLK community, where we think the best way to get out of hood is to be a rapper or an athlete, right? And not to be the CEO of a robotics company where you're making engines, right? Or like the guy did, I think in Nigeria, where he started to make plastic that turned into like petroleum for cars, like things like that. I think it's multi-layered. However, I don't think it's gender-based. If that's clear.
Right. It's and that's not the argument I'm making if it's gender based or not. I'm just talking about how deep this system is. This system is so deep that it runs everything. Right? So you start a business and you want to go get an LLC. Who's giving you that LLC? Who's giving you that S Corp? I Corp? Who's giving you these DBAs? When you start a bank, FDIC insured, who do you have to go through to get that from? Also it has its military, the system has its military to protect them. Police, the actual military, land, sea, air, Army, Navy, Marines. Army, you know what I'm saying? Air Force, all of that. So this system is global. It's not even just America, right? This system is global. This system will cut your power. It will literally cut your lights.
Exactly.
It will take the internet. It will take your phones. It will take all of that. TikTok. This could be cut right now, and this conversation is done. So if you're gonna do so, this system is fought off the grid. How many are willing and able to go off the grid completely to fight this system? We're still using their currency.
That's facts, and it's crazy though that you say that, right? Because when you hear a lot of people talking about this in groups or whatnot, I don't think a lot of people are ready for that actuality because we sit here eating this processed food. You can't find chicken nuggets in the wild. We don't even feed our kids like we would eat if we was in the wild. We don't plant our own seed. And even with black people having a large consumer power, we buy things that makes no sense. So if we did want to go and live off the grid, we ain't even got fishing rods and rifles to go out there. You know what I'm saying? We're not teaching our community to do that as much as other communities are, and that's just real.
Yeah, I
That's
agree with
why
that.
I'm
I feel
asking the
like that starts.
question.
I feel like that starts in the schools as well. Like school doesn't teach black men or any person really to be an employer. No, they teach you to be a good employee. They want to keep
Exactly.
you under people. You know, they don't want to. They don't want to teach you to become your own boss. They want to teach you to be subservient to someone else your entire life.
I totally agree. And that's why I'm asking this question. Because I said, now remember, this is just my observation. So you see, respectfully to Jess as well, the path that Jess was implying to take, that path black men been doing it. It's taking them too long. Women are losing patience. So what other way do they have? And that's really what I'm saying. What other way do they have except they have to go against the system? Because the way they're using the system evidently is not working for women. I'll end.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this real quick, Bentley. Right, the system doesn't 100% fully benefit white T women, but let me tell you what white T women understand. White T women understand, and we see this in their voting patterns. White T women still understand that they need to get under their man so that they can at least have some sort of privilege within their system against other women who are not married.
And this is why I'm asking this question. Because see, I'm looking for a solution. Because I'm hearing both sides. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. It looks like something they're lacking communication because I believe indirectly or inadvertently, what women is saying, get up there and fight this system because everything you've been doing is not working. But they've done everything under this, for the most part, they're doing everything under the system. But it's not working. So what is the other alternative? I'll land.
So when you say fight, that women are pushing men out here to fight the system, do you mean like systematic oppression? Do you mean like get out here, be the forefront in the face of our family and community, be the pillar that we need?
I'm sorry.
You know, I feel like a lot of these men, I think showing up as the partner and presenting a unified front, that's where it starts. Whether we're co-parenting our brothers, our sisters, it has to be a unified thing. It can't be just, oh, you men get up here and figure it out. Because let me tell you, and this is just my personal beliefs, even feminism in the black, it was never meant for the black woman. It was spun for the black woman. And even in today's time, what benefits does it really have for the black woman other than the legacy that it had, you know, came up with? I just feel like it doesn't, it's another thing that keeps us in a box. So
in all fairness, like just like you say, keep in a box, you got to look at how some people live on remote islands and stuff like that, or in remote places. These folks, they live way better than us, man. They happy. They don't have a system. They don't have this government oppression or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They live in their villages and they thrive. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I mean, like, if we did take a lot of government out of things, I think that life would be a lot greater anyway because of systems. I understand that we need order and structure in a lifestyle, but just like even when I've been watching the reactions of some of the foreigners that's been coming to America, man, when you don't have government and politics involved in a lot of things, look how people react with each other.
As I said, personally, it's really not about removing the system. It's just really about saying, when you listen to women, this is what it sounds like they're asking for. And to sister, what's that, Moo? I agree with you, but I'm part of this, right? What you were saying, we've started this years ago, and we've getting results, but they're not enough results for the women today.
What is the this and what is the results?
What is the this and what is the result? Meaning, we've been working, like what you said. We've been going to school. We've been in the communities. We've been doing we've been doing all of these things, but we can't seem to get over that hurdle of doing it on a mass scale because the politics get in the way, or the resources get in the way.
But Bentley, while I agree that because of the patriarchal system,
Yes.
women are looking for men to be the breadwinners. So even in the current system we're in, where women have to work, women have to provide for themselves, just because, you don't always have a trust fund. You don't
Yes.
always have, people put you at the home at 18, right? You got to work. Even in that, women are still looking for men to do these quote unquote traditional roles of being the main breadwinner. That is still something that men also push with other men. Because I have heard men say, I'm not ready enough to get a wife because I got to get my finances together. So men also define their level of leadership, their masculinity by production. And if this is a man's world that men created most of the infrastructure that we have, then it's not women who made that boundary and that standard for men. It was men who made it for other men, and the women are just following suit. And so I
Facts.
do think when we get into this money conversation, it always is like, well, the women want this, the women want that. The women only wanted it because y'all told us that's what a real man does.
God, why do we
Women only
always
want
why do we
protectors
always
because
go here with that? Why do we always go here with this conversation?
because it's important, Fifth, because this is the holistic, comprehensive view of it.
If I could now, all right. The point of me asking the question, because I said, in my opinion, this is what I'm hearing. I wasn't talking about what men made and how they made it. The fact is that we're here. And a lot of women are saying a lot of things. And just one clarity. I'm talking beyond money. I'm talking a lifestyle. It's not just money. There's a lifestyle that women want to live, however they want to live it. And that's really what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, well, it's just money. Just outline that.
Lifestyle. What's the lifestyle?
It can be whatever one they choose.
But Bentley,
Whatever one they're saying, whatever. I'm sorry.
But it
Sorry.
was your scenario. So tell me what you believe the lifestyle is outside of money that women are asking men to do and men can't reach it.
I have to ask them. They know the lifestyle they want to live. I don't know.
But let me ask you a question. If
Sure.
you refer to that lifestyle, the men are also going to live in that lifestyle, correct? So
Correct.
if a
I'm
woman
sorry.
is pushing and motivating that lifestyle that he will 9 times out of 10 agree to work for and agree to obtain for his family or just for that woman's sake, I think there has to be accountability with that man for wanting that same lifestyle and pretty much letting that woman push and motivate him to obtain the lifestyle that me personally, they agreed on. Now, if he's doing it for her and doing it because that's still, again, that's a choice. That man has.
But I'm sorry. And that's why I'm asking the question. That's just why. Just because of right what you said. I'm asking that question because, like you said, he has to live in that lifestyle. And based on, respectfully, the lifestyle that a lot of women are talking about, he has to live in it. But he's falling short in providing a lot of times. I'm not saying all the time, but he's providing short in that. So my point is, how can we make it on a massive scale? And that's the only way I see that would be the only way to make it on a massive scale. Meaning if 8 out of 10 women are saying that they're not living the lifestyle they want and having the freedom that they want. My thing is that, okay, 2 of them aren't. So how do we get the other 8, so to speak, into that? And so when I look at it, I say, you know what? This is the only solution I see. Does anyone else have another solution?
A
I'll
man
land.
has to be realistic. He has to implore, listen, babe, I know you want the finer Gucci and Chanel, but right now we can afford Walmart and understanding. I think it has to be, again, that's the man leading. I think that it has to come down to a fact of the matter is, hey, or in order for us to obtain this, it's going to take both of us. It's going to take this, that, and third. We have to set those standards. And the man, yet again, those are, if he's the one who's financially responsible, if he's the one who feels like he may fall short or what can happen, and then he has to be realistic about what he can do. Can he live up to those expectations? A lot of men jump into the ring and they've got it figured out. They're landing them punches, but when that KO come, who's going to be there to pick him up? Correct? Right. So
Oh, sorry.
you have to make it to where that woman can also be on the back end that she's willing to. A lot of times we think a lot of women pick up the back end just to see things through. But at the same time, again, that man has to be realistic about what he's willing to do. And that's the solution. We have to put those foots down and say, hey, if I can't provide that, baby, then you may have to either get with someone who can provide that, or that's something we're going to have to work towards.
And how often do a lot of men actually do that? Let's be honest.
Thank you, brother.
Well, Rick,
Let's be totally honest.
That's the accountability.
Because we're hearing this, right?
That's
No,
the accountability.
okay, and if we're going to talk about accountability, everybody has to be accountable. Because you have men, because this is the thing that I also see a lot in these panels. You're not having men in a literal sense say, oh, I'm the leader, I'm going to lead. You have men that's actually presenting actions of a leader, but you have somebody who's not willing to be a follower.
Good point.
Now, Rick, now just because you are a leader doesn't mean she is going to follow it. You may
Yes.
not be the leader she needs. But we do
Exactly.
have men who say, I'm the leader, and they will be sexually promiscuous. They will be horrible with their money. They will be easy to anger, very irritable, right? They don't know how to communicate. They just know how to talk.
Oh
So,
Lord.
and fifth,
I'm sorry. I thought I was
Do you
muted.
land?
I thought I was muted. Go ahead.
no,
Jeff.
no, I haven't landed.
Go ahead,
No, I
go
haven't.
ahead, go ahead.
Do you land, Jeff?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I'll be quick. What I'm saying is, I do think there's a little bit of a disconnect because if you are a hetero man, you will never experience men the way women experience men romantically. So I do often think sometimes to say, well, it's not all men. How would you ever know? You never experience men romantically. But just to land my plane, there are a lot of men, dare I say more men than not, who will try to assume the role of leader and say, well, I'm a man, I'm strong, I'm tall, I'm bigger, I'm louder, which is what makes me a leader, right? I was born to be a leader. There's an entitlement to the title, and they don't really think about the character development that comes with it. And I would also argue that no woman who is with a man she loves, who is actively being a positive example, which is a leader in their dynamic, would be denying him that.
All
But
right,
what we see is the opposite.
let me say this. I wasn't trying to be rude. It's just that I mean the conversations have been done to death about it, but let me just kind of go with it this way to kind of let's just say something new this time. Let's just say something new. So if we're gonna say something new as opposed to the same things we're always saying about the whole leadership thing, is this. I want to kind of get to Mother's point. I hope I didn't lose it. Mother, you're talking about a realistic relationship, right? Where men and women live within their means, right? That is something that both people have to come to terms with. And the only way you're going to know that is if the woman by herself is already practicing that.
Yes.
That's one. Same thing with the man. To me, a dead giveaway for me, a woman who doesn't know how to live within her means, is that she's always in a cycle of debt. Every time you turn around, she's more behind than she is ahead. That's a sign.
Yes, it is.
So this is what I would think about men and women realistically, because at the end of the day, we deal with people in real time. We real life out here. Forget just talking points.
Yes.
If we on some real life stuff, as a man, You find your woman who aligns with you. She aligns with your morals, your standards, your ethics, right? And the only way you're gonna get that is if you talk to this woman. You have to speak, okay? As a man, you gotta lead by an example. The days of waiting for the woman to lead by example first to determine whether the relationship is gonna be what it is, bump that. You a man, you do what it is that you supposed to do, and you will get a woman who's doing what she's supposed to do. Because when you know right from wrong, then you can see that. When you know right from wrong first, then you can see that in others. When you don't, you're unable to see that because you never was able to practice that yourself. So if you have the discipline, the know with how, and the knowledge yourself, you'll be able to identify that in the woman that you are seeking.
Absolutely. And that spins back right around to what I'm saying is that it has to make sense. It has to make sense across the board. It can't be, oh, we're 6, 7 years in and then you're just living beyond your means. Wait a minute. We've got to take it back. We've got to take it all the way back now. And at this point, the man is tired, the woman is tired, and it's just no good fruit to produce. And Rick, what you were saying, even as far as being a good leader, just like Fifth said, you got to lead by example. You can't sit here and say, oh, I got all these tools, I got all these ideas, and you don't put any into action. And I think that's what a lot of women are witnessing too. It sounds good. And if you can't do it, please tell the woman. If that's not ideal for you, men think that they have to just do it because this woman is on some type. No, sometimes you have to humble these women. When it comes to being with you and being here. Baby, we may not have it now, but this is something that we can work to get to. And like Fifth said, it's about that conversation. Again, it is the foundation.
And I can be totally honest with you. A lot of times, a lot of people will have these conversations and they be counterproductive because of the situation of inconsideration. Because people are inconsiderate when we're having these difficult conversations and they're not reciprocating what the other person's saying. They're trying to either cherry pick or they're taking what they want to take from the conversation instead of understanding what the person actually saying.
Well, Rick, Rick, hold on, Jess, real quick. Well, Rick, this is why I brought up the talking points thing, right? When a conversation is genuine, when it's not all about talking points and it actually gets to real life situations that men and women actually go through. What real men and women are actually going through is this economy is high. Gas is high. Everything is up. So at the end of the day, we all trying to survive out here. If you're being genuine, then you're coming with a mindset to not only receive, but also to give.
Exactly.
Rick, can you give us an
Totally agree,
example?
because that's one of the first things that I said was, it takes consideration. It takes consideration. It takes servitude. It takes purpose and avocation. You have to give to get, and within that servitude, you're serving one another.
And you know what, Rick? I think a lot of adults, and I'm gonna just say this, and I think Mother's gonna agree with me. A lot of adults haven't really had real relationships yet.
I know I agree with you.
Yeah, they haven't had real relationships yet.
Yes.
So all they have is talking points. Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is they haven't had real relationships yet. So all they have is talking points and ideologies that they've never really actually practiced in their life. They're vicariously living through others, but they've never had real relationships. They don't understand that in a relationship, you are going to compromise.
Yep.
There's going to be something that you're going to compromise. And if that's not something you're willing to do, stay out of a relationship and stay out of others.
To Mother's point, that's what I was going to say. What happened, that takes it back around to what the whole said. That takes it back to the spiritual thing. That takes it back to that man or person that you choose. They have to have a good relationship with themselves. And basically, what you're saying is, yeah, when you have someone that has a good relationship with themselves, that is the application. But the majority, a lot of them haven't had it, in my opinion, and that's why they haven't had a real relationship, because they haven't had a real one with themselves. So my point is, I'm just agreeing with you that yes, that's how you would go about it on an individual level of building of having a sound relationship, the compromising, you know, the red flags and everything. But I was more so speaking on, remember, just what I'm listening to women say about the current situation that they're in. And if I say this respectfully, to some degree, they may feel oppressed. And I believe that, no, they have a lot of pressure. And that pressure is they're demanding, out of that pressure, they're demanding the men next to them to say, listen, I'm doing what I can. I need you to do what you can. And I'm not going to reiterate the same thing, but just to say, but the only option the man has, his way of handling that issue, is he'd have to be honest. That system is his wall. And if that's his wall, there's only so much he can do. She's just going to build more pressure and more pressure and more pressure to a point where they will remain divided, even though they may know they need each other, but they won't come together. And this goes back to the prompt of about them actually understanding each other. Because one is saying, if I can add this, one is saying, my nature is to maintain that. That's all I'm worried about. And I don't care how you get it. And he's saying, listen, you don't understand what it takes to get this. And she's saying, I don't care. My nature is to maintain it. You get it, I'll maintain it. So respectfully speaking, and I'm just saying this just to make clearly the example. So maybe they're not really looking at really what does it take to get what you want, that lifestyle you want. They may not be looking at that. And I said, if so, they'd have to look at the fact that there were systems built in this, respectfully, they were bombed in this country. Bombed.
I don't know if you can say that.
Taken away. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong word. They were destroyed. And so, and I'm not getting real, I'm just really trying to make a point. So the point is that when you're going against something like that, that affects your entire culture and your entire way of life. I'll land so someone else can speak.
Bentley, are you saying that these women don't understand the value of hard work? Is that what you've experienced?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, not even close.
Yeah, not
How's
saying
that? How is that? Okay, so what I heard you say was the woman cares about maintaining. How the man gets to it is no concern of hers, and she don't want to hear no complaining about how you gonna get it done. Just get it done, because
for the
my
most,
job is
but
not
if I
to.
could, for the most part, yes, but do not try to take that 100% literal. I was just trying to use an example.
So in that specific situation, are you then saying that kind of woman who says that doesn't understand the value and the sacrifice of hard work?
No, not hard work, but on a man's end. Now, his nature is to protect and provide, right? So maybe she's not looking at what it really takes to provide for her from him.
You know what I just said, Bentley? Did I just say she don't know the value of
what
it?
I think is no. This I'm saying no. So let me clear it. The way it sounds like to me, you're asking me saying she doesn't understand the value of hard work. These are two different things. It's two different things if she has to do the value of the hard work and if he has to do it, because they're coming from two different ways of survival. Like you said about how can a man ever tell, in other words, a man can never really say, what you said something about he never been a woman. No, he doesn't know how he make experience of women.
I said men don't experience men relationally. So
okay, so use that. So the same way, a woman never understands how a man truly survives.
Facts.
So that's what I'm trying to say. She may
A
not
man,
see that.
a
How is
That's
man,
all
it
I'm saying.
different?
a
How is
man
it different?
experiences a man in a different way, other than the intimacy that you're talking about. Like, there's a different level of the way that men interact with men that you would never understand if you're not a man.
But hold on, Rick. I want Bentley to answer how. I think the
Sure.
last thing you said was men and women. Women would never understand how a man has to. And I missed the last part. You say
Survive.
survive.
Their survival.
So tell
A
me
man. Oh,
what's
go ahead.
different. Tell me what's
Okay,
different
if I could.
between the man and the woman.
Okay, a woman by
Mm.
nature, right? Now, this is not. Let's use a scale. A woman, 100%. We're going to take 90% nurturing, and we're going to take 10% protection and providing. We're going to take the man, 90% protection and providing, 10% of nurturing. So if you just understand that concept, they survive different because one is looking at the other one more than the other one is.
But when you say survive means like their person and not what they're contributing to this intimate relationship.
Or everything.
So that's what I'm
Survival
asking.
means, yes, survival basically is saying the methods that you are using in order to, just use this, in order to make sure that your life is improving.
Yeah, so tell me how that's different between men and women.
I just explained it. So another way, okay.
Like, tell me how a man who has to go and get a job is different than the woman who also has to go and get a job. The man
Okay, I'll
who
explain that to you.
experiences systemic oppression, right? So
No.
he can't
Go ahead,
listen
I'm
to what I'm
sorry.
saying. Listen
I
to what I'm
am.
saying. He can't wear his locks to certain job interviews because he will be oppressed. He will be marginalized. His name being a certain Afrocentric name gets his resume put in the trash, right? Which also happens to women. So I just want you to explain to me in the survival component, which is
Yes.
different than relationships.
Yes.
How do they survive differently?
Okay. Here's how they survive.
Bentley. Before you respond, I kind of want to give you a warning about Jess. Jess is extremely word specific, dictionary word specific. So when you are going to rebuttal her, you need to know exactly what you're saying, because if you don't, then she'll make you explain that word, and then the conversation will be about the conversation, and you will forget your point. Go ahead,
If
Bentley.
I'm going to say this with all respect, that's fine, but I'm sure she's intelligent enough to have a conversation. So that means that she knows two things. We're from two different worlds or environments, and we probably had two different doctrines. We probably had two different books that we read. So we may have a slight vocabulary unclarity. Okay, so the survival is in a workplace, that is, working is part, if I could, jobs are part of a lifestyle. It's not part of a natural survival. It is survival though. But so let me say this. I'll say this. So I guess my difference is the way they naturally survive, not by man-made jobs, but how they naturally survive. One example would just say this. No, I won't use that. I'll just stay here. Is this clear to you? That working is not necessarily what I'm saying, not necessarily what I mean by survival, because you're living in a lifestyle where it's set up for you. Something has been set up for you, and you're going in there and you're working. Survival means, for the most part, you're starting from scratch. Does it make sense?
I understand how you're defining these words. I'm just saying that's just not a true statement, is what I'm saying.
But do you agree with that definition, survival, though?
No, I understand why you're saying that. Like, I want to validate that I can understand your logic, but no, I don't agree with your definition, and I don't agree that we survive differently.
Okay, no problem.
I also do want to bring up just a little thing, that I have to reject is a strong word, but I do have to push against the idea that this world is made up for women. Because if that was true, women wouldn't have to fight for maternity leave. You see what I'm saying? If this
Yes.
world was built for women, we wouldn't have this pink tax that we talk about where, condoms are free, but tampons are not, you know? So this world was built by men in a majority sense for men. It was the economics of capitalism was built on the basis of ownership. And if women couldn't really own property in America in mass like men did, then capitalism could not have been created for the benefit of women. It would only have been created for the benefit of people who could own something, which was generally men. And again, this was, white man, right? Land owning men. It was land owning men who could vote, right? And those kinds of things. So again, that's class. And it was women who had to be financially dependent on their husbands for a lot of human history, right? So her going and getting her own, her leaving the homestead to go and work a job across town was not something that was seen as a feminine role for her, but it was something men did, especially with the suburbanization. And so that's why I'm pushing back on that language. What's wrong? Gynocentric? Okay. Because if we're gonna talk about child support,
Well, if I could, I never mentioned that personally. I never mentioned that.
Wait. Real quick. I see the comments too. Jess, you said something about condoms and tampons.
Yeah.
You said condoms are free, right?
Yeah, I said on like university campuses. Yeah.
Okay. Male condoms only are free, or is it just male and female condoms are free?
Mostly male, but I have seen some female condoms being handed out, but mostly male. When I was an RA, it was mostly male condoms that we had.
Okay, because they're more mass produced and I guess more used than the female condoms, right?
They're just cheaper. So yeah, like what you said, mass produced in a cheaper sense. But I also think it's the society that we are protecting the man more than we're censoring and protecting the woman.
So if a man wears a condom, that's not also protecting the woman?
No, not always, because him not being allowed to ejaculate in her doesn't stop STIs from happening if they're kissing, So no, the condom and protecting him from putting any seed in her, I do think helps him, right? More than it would truly help her.
So
because it's his seed,
Okay, so a person once told me that there was somewhere where you can get free birth control. Is that something that exists in your state or city or community?
I haven't seen it, but I do know. I think Planned Parenthood possibly had that kind of program, but like for free, no. Lower with your insurance, yes, I have heard about that. Yes, access to SMEX education, yes.
Okay, but there is a such thing as female condoms that may have been given out for free, right? I just
Yeah, of course. I'm not denying that. No.
Okay. You mentioned the tampon, right? Okay. I've heard on many panels. See, I'm not new to this. I've heard this conversation between men and women about tampons. A woman will talk about the tampon. A man will say a man invented it. The counter rebuttal is, well, tampons are not safe. So there it is. A man made something that wasn't safe for us, right? So that right there can turn into a straw man. But I know that's not what you're doing, but it could. So let's just say we started giving out tampons, right? We start giving out tampons for free. How soon or how long will we get to the point where women will say, Y'all giving that out for free, but it ain't safe.
Fifth, how would I know that? Because there's 100% cotton tampons that you could give out. It's not like all tampons on the shelf are bad and made of plastic.
No, I understand that, but
So
that.
I'm saying, like, if a woman ever came out and said, well, these are toxic, then to
Hmm.
me, the person who's giving out those tampons can just go and get the naturally organic ones and they would squash the issue. But I can't tell you at what point in time, if we had that societal program, that somebody somewhere wouldn't try to make a dumb issue out of it, right? Because that happens everywhere, right?
Well, because there's no equivalent for men and women when it comes to a menstrual cycle.
That's
So
what I was going to say. Sorry.
right, so that's never going to be equal anyway. So that's why I wanted to stick with the condoms part, because that is. So if there's free male condoms and free female condoms, that would be taking care of the man and the woman. But men don't have menstrual cycles.
So the reason why I'm bringing it up, I'm not talking about equal, I'm talking about equity. So, not talking about men should be also having menstrual cycles. I'm saying if a university can be handing out condoms as a way to promote sexual responsibility, then I also think they should be handing out birth control, right? That would be, I think, the equal in that scenario. But I brought up tampons because you can not have SMEX, right? So something being readily available to help you have an elective sexual experience is very different than somebody whose body is automatically going through menstruation. So she ain't got no choice but to go to class when her body is, pumping out all these things, right? Like, so what I'm saying is, if people actually cared about women, that's just my overarching point. If this society was built to care about women, certain things like that would be a part of our daily life, like tampons for somebody's unstoppable menstruation, or maternity leave. If we want people to be family oriented, then society would have built-in maternity leave, but women have to fight for that or often get fired when they get pregnant. And so those are just examples of how we're not female centered and the world is not built for the success of women, like Bentley said.
And the same thing, and that's where my question started from. That the same way you were saying it's not built for the women. That's what I'm telling you. For the BOK man, they run into the same issues. See, that's very complicated, ain't it? You see?
I think the issue is this, Bentley, right? And stay right there. I'm actually not trying to cut you off, but I'm trying to actually help the conversation here, right? If I think black women, if you understand the system yourself, then you have to be with a black woman who understands it just like you do, because her anger can be misplaced if she doesn't understand the system like you do, brother. And I think you understand where I'm going.
I do.
So what happens is that she's mad at you for something that is actually not your fault, because she may think that you're the one who is the perpetuator of that system, even if you didn't start it. She could think that you may be the perpetuator and somewhat the progenitor of that system if she doesn't actually understand the system like you do. So that is a conversation that you got to have. Like, we talk about faith-based conversations all the time about you got to have the same faith. You got to make sure your beliefs are online, right? Guess what? When it comes to pro-black consciousness, if you're going to get with another sister, you need to see where her mind is at with that too. Otherwise, y'all not going to see it the same way. Yeah, if it's about okay, we having a family conversation now, but all of us is
My
black.
fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, all of us is black up here, so we definitely can have the conversation. Any conversation that you have about black empowerment, and it's a woman that you're choosing, you have to make sure that aligns with the woman you're with as well. because her idea of how to empower the black community, black family, may be very different from yours, and you may not align there either. So you could be unequally yoked as black people just on culture and ideologies there.
That part, sir.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yes.
hey, and brother, I've been there. I've been there. I've been with sisters, and I'm telling you, some of the sisters in the past, I'm like Malcolm X in the room, and they're like looking at me like, what's up with him? I don't understand him.
Right.
So just because she looks like you, don't mean she gonna think like you either. You know what I'm saying? You got to get you, if you're gonna be Malcolm, you got to get you a Betty Shabazz.
For sure.
And I think you know what I'm talking about. If you're gonna be Mega Evans, then you got to get somebody like Mega Evans' wife. You feel me?
Oh, do I? I'm practicing that right now.
I'm telling you because I'm telling you I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be the only black man, to be the only black out of the two of us, to be the only one with black consciousness. And I'm telling you, we had the faith right? We were both believers in Christ. We had that correct. But in terms of the black part, we did not have that correct.
Hey,
And that's huge, Fifth. That is so huge that you say that because, and this is kind of to go back with Bentley, what he even said from the jump. I think about a lot of times, like you said, even getting with that woman or that man who's not financially organized or things. Those are things that have to be taught to some folks. Like Fifth said, a lot of people don't come into have not experienced these real relationships where they have to cut down the middle, trim from the top, work around these different situations, not just have an opinion, but a solidified opinion that offers solution or something that leads to having a better outcome. You know, if we sitting here arguing points all day, like Fifth said, we're not going to get anywhere. We're just going to disagree. We're going to agree to disagree, and then guess what? It's going to snowball into gender. It's going to snowball into where we're at. It's going to snowball into what we can and what we can't do when all those things could have been professed in the beginning. You see, and I think that's where the real solution is by one standing on your word. Integrity is lost out here. You know, you get men who's on a roll, they'll be doing great in the workplace and have these great goals, and then they realize that their old lady's not on that same level because again, she wants the Chanel and the Gucci versus the home being built from the ground up. So again, we've missed these really important talking points. Nobody's talking about 5-year plans, 10-year plans, really laying it out so that we can have these understandings throughout. It's temporary. So we got to get back to those conversations. And I think by leading, a man has to be sure on what he wants. It's okay to say, I want my woman to be financially organized, to be financially educated, looking for those little things. How does she handle the bills? How does she balance this out? How does she handle the kids' programming? How she handles the kids? All these things are a big deal. And these things need to be looked at as well as the women looking at the man. When he comes, not just having it together. When he's proposing different financial structures, are they going to work? Hey, babe, instead of doing this way, do it this way. And let me tell you, a lot of times when men do that and it works, the woman's going to go with it. We're going to go with it because 9 times out of 10, he's going to feel good about funding it. He's going to feel good about his contribution, and he's going to feel like from a mental health standpoint that he's doing what he needs to do to fulfill his family obligations. So I'll end with that.
yeah, I totally agree with what she just said. You know, everything she said was correct. You're half correct because the other part of the solution is God, right? And I feel like that's the other half of the solution that no one ever talks about. We have to understand that the world was built for us to walk in communion with the Lord. But you know what happened? We messed that up. Both men and women, right? And the problem is that the majority of the world is secular, which is why we have so much secularity into the world. Where, like, even in schools, like, they have Qurans and libraries, but not the Bible. They ban the Bible, right? So there's no way we're ever going to get to a solution without the Lord or without the Word, right? And the world is dying. There is no saving this world. The world is going to die, right? God's wrath is going to destroy the earth. Like, this world is dying, right? And so you can either be part of this one or the new one that he promises to us if we put our faith in him, right? And so the gender war is a way to separate average men and average women, right? Our wars aren't against each other. They're against the ones that control the narrative, the ones that are at the top, the ones that you can't Google, right? The ones who have all the money, but you're not going to see them on TV, right? They're the ones in the shadows calling all the shots, right? It's all about politics, exactly what Bentley just said in the comments. So if you understand that, right, then you'll have a much easier time navigating through this life while not giving into the programming that has been dealt to us, right? And it's tough, right? Because we have all contributed to this system to some degree, right? It's just important to know that, we're not on separate sides, but we've been convinced that we are. And if we're on separate sides, then there is no way to fight the system because we're part of it and we're the ones enabling everything that's going on bad in the world anyway. So when men and women are together as a unit, whether it's, in community, marriage, or whatever, that's when things get done. But whenever we elevate one over the other, right, whether it be in power, whether it be in politics or whatever, that's when things get out of hand because there is no, like, unity, there is no, like, togetherness. That's the problem, right? So Fifth, whenever he has these panels, right, I don't necessarily think that Fifth is, advocating for gender war. He's basically just reporting, hey, these are the things that are going on. Let's talk about it. Let's see if we can come to some sort of, agreement. But a lot of times people come on these panels, right, and try to get the point across as if they're trying to, win something. But there is no winning if it's at the expense of the fall of another, right? That's my entire point, and that's kind of like the lens that I like to look at. It's not really about pointing the finger at, what gender is at fault. We're all at fault. We all contributed to this society. So there is no, pointing the finger and that gender is the reason why we all contributed to this. So you just have to understand how the world works. And a lot of people, don't understand. That's why they're naive and oblivious to what's being done to them. They go to the concerts and they give these celebrities their energy and they do all this stuff, all demonic stuff, and they don't know what they're doing, right? So it's very important for us as believers, right, to get active, get out there, plant some seeds, and then hope for the best. But if we're just talking about things but not being active, then what's the point? I land there.
Yeah, and we all know it starts small. Your first community is your family. That's your first community, and we know that everyone's not going to get it, and it's not our job for everyone to get it. But he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says. That's how I feel about it. And when 2 or 3 agree, he shall be in the midst. And so these are things that people got to understand. You may not be able to change everyone,
Yeah,
but if
absolutely.
you have a world changers mentality, you definitely got to start with your family first. Your
Yeah.
family is your first community.
I
And
feel like,
yeah, go ahead, Beyonder.
to your point, anyone can be saved, but Scripture tells us that not everyone's going to be saved, right?
Right.
So it's important for us to have that mindset to go up to anyone, no matter where they are in their life, and have the belief that they can be saved. But, I'm only one person. I can't, I'm not going to be able to talk to 8 billion people. It's not possible.
Right.
Right. So it's important for us to do what we got to do in our community, within our proximity. Right. And, the good thing about social media, the one good thing I'll say about it is that we have the ability to reach plenty of people. So if you have a platform, use that platform to be an example. Right. Use that platform to spread the word, and spread the good news, and not draw the line in the sand and point fingers at whose fault it is. That's kind of, that's the one thing we have to do with the technology that we have. We can't just, use it as a way to, argue, which is what it's used for the most part, because all it is arguing. You can go on any podcast, any of these TikTok panels are all about, arguing and all that stuff. None of it is actually productive outside of this one. This one I think is productive because at least good points are being, said, right? So that's what I'll say about that.
Yeah, thank you, brother. And you know what, we got to it, and this is why you're right, Bentley. Many are vending stations, and this is why I know y'all heard me earlier, like react, right? I don't normally bark on people like that. I don't, but I had to regulate, in that moment where it was just too much over talking, and we know who the problem people were. They're gone. But I don't normally act like that because I don't have to act like that on my panel. But, I wanted to get back to the intellectual conversation. When Bianna was talking about the whole gender war situation, right? Yeah, because there's no intellectual conversations anymore, man. You know what I'm saying? And my job up here is to make sure that these conversations, although they may be rough, but they have to have an intellectual line of communication and mature adults, and a lot of adults are not mature. It doesn't matter what age they are. That was proven today. Those gentlemen were older than me, So anyway. So, hey, I'm actually going to wrap it up. Does anybody have any final words, last thoughts before I close out the show?
I think my final words, listen, everyone, enjoy the rest of your time because I don't know what time zones you're in, but enjoy the rest of your time and hopefully we meet again. I'll end.
No problem. Thank you, Bentley. You're always welcome to come back here, man. I go live every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central. All right. Anyone else?
This is my first time on your live, Fifth. I must say that out of a lot of lives that I've been on and things of that nature, this one I think was the most productive. I really like your style. I really like how you did jump in and actually, have some decorum up here. And I look forward to joining your panel again. Y'all have a good day.
I appreciate it. I followed you back. This is a safe space up here. Sometimes you get your characters, but I don't let it get too out of hand. But I definitely let today be a lesson. I believe all moments are teachable moments, and this was just a teachable moment. But I also had the last word when it came to that and made sure that this up here, this is a dignified panel. I believe in dignified men and women, especially dignified black men and women. We're going to have some class up in here. All right. Much appreciated, mother. All right. Anybody next want to have their final thoughts?
Yeah, I think this was a very productive live, and I plan to come back through here with you. So I had subscribed to you and everything, my guy, man. Keep up the good work, Pleb.
Yeah, I followed you back, brother. I think yours is probably on private, but I hit the follow back button. Hopefully it worked. Okay.
Yeah. I got it on private. That's what it is. But I'll look through it. I'll probably see it when I go through though. But yeah, man, I appreciate you having deep conversations like this. It's the same thing in the household. As the black community, we have to have these tough conversations because in order for it to heal, it got to hurt first.
Absolutely. I do new topics every week, man. I ain't one of those panels that do the same thing for months, man. I do new topics every week, man. That's what's up. All right. Jess, you there?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Fifth.
No problem. Always. Check your inbox when I end the stream, okay? I got to ask you something, all right? When I ask you something, but kind of like tell you something. Okay. All right, everyone. Once again, I go live, TikTok live with Fifth every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central. This episode will be on my YouTube page tomorrow at the Fifth General TV, at Fifth General TV. Shout outs to everyone, and y'all take care. Y'all have a good weekend.